I'd like to call the meeting to order. First item on the agenda is to approve the agenda for today.
So moved.
Moved by Cassandra,
Second.
second by Cindy. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. The agenda is approved. Next item on the agenda is communication, and public comment is first. We have anybody that has public comment today, either in person or on Zoom?
Good morning. If you're attending via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature. Do you have any public comment? Okay, seeing none on Zoom at this time.
Hearing that there's no public comment, we will move on to the director's report.
Great. Well, that's me. Good morning. It's great to see all of you today. And so I just wanted to give you an update on some key things going on in the department. First, I'll start. I don't know if I'll call it a key thing, but sort of my transition into this new role. I told you a little bit about what to expect over at last month's meeting, and I just sort of want to follow up and give you a status report on how that's going. So as I suggested, I really prioritize meeting internally with the department and the teams here. And so I've had meetings with all of the division directors, all of the bureau chiefs, learning more about their work, trying to get them to tell me about the things that are standing in their way of providing the great service, of course, that they're all committed to providing to the students and educators in the state. Those meetings, I think, have gone very well. It's been very informative. I've now moved on to having meetings with the bureaus themselves, the individual team members. I think I'm about halfway through. So within the next couple of weeks, I should be finishing that up as well. Of course, those meetings will continue, of course, as needed, but I'm really prioritizing hearing from them, seeing what's going on. I will tell you this, from my initial impressions, I have to say I'm incredibly impressed with the commitment and the professionalism and the level of pride that the members of the department take, the team at the department take in serving students and in serving in serving the people of the state. I won't say I'm surprised by that, but when you're having the conversations and you have people telling you about their work and the difference it makes, it was incredibly positive. Again, while not surprising. So external meetings, I have been working those in as time permits. It's been a busy legislative session, along with busy kind of getting acclimated here. So I'm trying to schedule key meetings and visits, which I'm sure we'll hear a little bit about today, to some schools. But then I do plan on continuing those in the summer and into the fall as I become even more acclimated. So now, a couple key things to hit on that I want to give you updates about. First is education savings accounts. You may have heard of this. It passed in January with a lot of publicity, a brand new program. And of course, with brand new programs, there's a lot of work to implement them and implement them well. You'll be hearing in a few minutes a presentation on the rules, so I won't go much into that. But so the rules have been drafted, and of course, General Counsel Mays will lead us in a discussion of those in a few minutes. In addition to that, though, there's a lot of work going on that I want to give some props and kudos to the department team for engaging in. First off is the website that has been developed to try to work to provide more information to the public. Being new, there isn't a lot of information. There isn't a lot of knowledge. This is a program that's new to Iowa, and so it's important that people have good information about it. So Heather Doe and the communications team have worked really hard to get information out there in the form of frequently asked questions and other information. That will continue. Those updates will continue as we become closer to kickoff and launch. There'll be even more information as some of the questions we have even better answers to. We also, you may have seen in those communications, we have a contract with what in the statute is called a third-party entity. It's a company called Odyssey. that we are working with very, very closely. And when I say very closely, it's like every day to try to make sure that we launch this program and get it started in a way that will serve students well and will also protect taxpayer dollars. Two key components. So the contract with Odyssey is in place. We are working very hard. One of the first orders of business, we're working on student applications. So we are working really hard to have a student application process that's as easy for families to apply as possible, but that also makes sure we can verify and use our relationships with other state entities to verify their residency and, if necessary, the income of the family. But from a parent perspective, hopefully it'll be seamless. They'll be able to go on, apply, and when it works, knock on wood, and when there are no other questions, they'll be able to get an approval or not immediately or really in just a few minutes. So I think that'll make it a very user-friendly process as we do that. We're also, in that same vein, working to create an application for accredited non-public schools who will be the providers. Of course, every student will be in an accredited non-public school to participate in the Education Savings Account program, and also with other providers who might provide additional services that students need. So we're working on the application with Odyssey so that we can verify their eligibility to participate and all of those things, so to make that process as easy as possible. In states where it's been successful, there's a defined process where it's easy for vendors or providers to be approved and to provide services, and then to make sure that the systems are talking to one another. So that is going on behind the scenes. Our point of contact on that has been Mark Ford. He's ill this morning, but I did want to give kudos to him as our COO, who has been the point person and doing a lot of heavy work. Also, Cassandra Klein from our business operations office has been very, very active in that work. All right. Student applications expected to go live on May 31st. So at your next meeting, hopefully we'll start having some intro numbers. But while this might be the highest profile item that's out there right now, this by no means is it our only focus. There's lots of other great work going on. I want to highlight two other things. First, some direct school level support that's going on. Dr. Brionic, along with her bureau chiefs, Tina Wallard and Tom Wood, are leading efforts from the Learning and Results Division, have designed a new process to identify and provide identify schools that need more intensive help and assistance. These are schools that have been identified in the bottom 5% of schools in the state in 2019. And we're still in that bottom 5% in 2022. So there's 11 schools statewide. What the Learning and Results Division did was assemble a team that included members from multiple bureaus. So we had good feedback and great expertise, along with AEAs. And they've analyzed school data, met with school leaders virtually, and then went out and did site visits at each of those schools. During the 2-day on-site visits, the visiting team spent time observing in classrooms, conducting focused interviews with staff. I'm pleased to say, after lots of hard work and lots of travel, the 11 schools have all had their site visits. The teams that visited the schools provided each school a summary of their findings and recommendations, and next steps sort of in the school's improvement process. It's, as we know, schools make such a difference in children's lives, and this focus and support, I think, is an appropriate and important initiative that the department's going. So kudos to Dr. Brionic and her team for doing that. There will be a comprehensive report available to you next month. This was just to whet your appetite to learn more about it, but I wanted to make sure you were aware of all the work that was going on. Finally, I wanted to highlight a couple things in the CTE program that are really positive. We continue to see transformation in the career and tech education delivery space, with new regional centers being established with support from the Career Academy Incentive Fund. Our team visited groundbreakings in Charles City and Storm Lake over the past few weeks, and will visit the grand opening of a center in Spirit Lake on May 18th. Each of these centers provide students with access to robust programs that are in high demand for employers in their area, which sometimes, you can create a great program, but if it's not in demand, isn't going to have the long-term impact that it needs to have. And then the second thing I wanted to highlight is we are also making great progress with our college career transition counselor coach program. These are Perkins incentivized fund grants where we combine state, federal, and local resources to provide counselors that are specialized for college and career readiness. And they are shared between community colleges and high schools. Early indications are that this initiative is making a meaningful difference for FAFSA completion and for post-secondary matriculation rates. So hopefully it's working well to open up doors. Finally, last thing, I promise. It's been a very busy legislative session. Rumors have it they're wrapping up either today or tomorrow. I'm sure many people will be sad about that. Just kidding. They've passed a lot of laws in a lot of areas, including education. So over the course of the next few weeks and or months, depending on the complexity of it, you should expect to see guidance being prepared by the department and our staff to make sure that we're getting the word out to help schools and educators know sort of what these changes are, what it means for them, and in terms of the processes that might change so that we can continue to ensure everyone has the resources they need and support to continue to serve students well. So that'll be a priority going forward. That's it for me.
Not yet.
Nothing to do.
Not yet.
Not yet?
So tell us a little bit, what happens to the 11 schools that you're talking about? What's the long-term, a few years ago, we had some steps. Federal folks were telling us these are the steps, and if this doesn't happen, this happens. So could you talk about that just a little bit?
Well, so first off, we're very optimistic that this will be effective and will really help them. So the recommendations that are being made will actually create a plan that they'll have to adopt and that they'll implement. And there will be a detailed implementation process that will include additional site visits next year, and also visits from the local AEA to do that. Did I get all that right, Dr. Brianek? That's our expert. So these things, this is not where we just drive in and write up a report and leave, because I would be very skeptical of that being successful.
Right.
So this will continue to be, if it's going to work well, a partnership where we continue to provide supports directly to the schools, along with checking back in. And you know what? And some are going to make progress and some aren't. And so, but we're not, this effort isn't going away. It's a commitment that we're going to have.
Okay, thank you. I like that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on the agenda, the next item is the consent agenda, where we have the last meeting's minutes and North Iowa Community College paraprofessional program approval.
I move approval of the consent agenda as presented.
Second?
Been moved in second.
Did we check spelling of Rod's name? Couldn't help myself, I'm sorry.
There you go.
Good for you.
Any other comments for approval? Okay, hearing no other comments, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Consent agenda is approved. Next item on the agenda is rules, chapter 20, educational savings account, noticed and adopt.
Members of the board, Director Aldis, Thomas Mays here as the department's rules coordinator. Director Aldis will correct me as I make errors, which, it's in my job description that I make at least 2 errors. I present each rule each time. He will add, other folks from the DE will add, even though they might not be listed as presenters in the agenda material. The frame on this is the policy has been established by the legislature. The legislature has passed, Governor Reynolds has signed. The role of the department and the board is to implement that policy in the best way possible to, wrote down a quote from the director's report, serve students well $100. So the process for this rulemaking is similar to emergency rules that this board has passed over the past couple of years, it requires two actions. The first is to approve emergency rules. The legislature has authorized the emergency rules in this space to implement this policy. The emergency rules go into effect today. But the legislature always also required the department to do a standard notice and comment rulemaking at the same time. So the emergency rules go into effect. The rules will also be published in a separate document seeking public comment. That separate document will come back to you at a later meeting. And if and when you adopt it, it will substitute in for the emergency rules, kind of like professional wrestling, tagging in. And the emergency rules will just sort of fall away. Their work has been done. And the rules that come out of the adopted and filed portion of this rules package will continue forward. Regarding Executive Order 10, we have permission from the governor, not surprisingly, to run these rules. Executive Order 10, one of the exceptions to the rulemaking moratorium is when the governor commands rulemaking. And in this case, the governor has directed rules to be issued through her rulemaking council. So going through the substance of the rules now that the stuff that I really geek out over, the process, now that we've gone through that, the rule has 4 key parts. They're the definitions that apply throughout the rulemaking, and consistent with Executive Order 10, if there is nothing in the definition that would add to what's in the underlying statute, the underlying statute's incorporated by reference. But there are a couple of key definitions that answer some policy questions that tried to thread the needle of simultaneously serving students well and protecting taxpayer dollars. The first is the definition of annual income. For the first 2 years of this program, certain students will be subject to an income eligibility test. Certain families will be subject to an income eligibility test. The threshold is set by statute. First year, 300% of the federal poverty level. Second year, 400%. What the statute was not specific about, which these rules will clarify, is what income do you assess against that poverty line? And the proposal to sort of balance simplicity of calculation as well as fairness is net income, or on the federal return, adjusted gross income. That sort of maximizes access to the program, maximizes fairness, while not preferring folks who have a large amount of access to sophisticated tax planning. The second issue is household. What does it mean to be a household? And households are very different between households in neighborhoods across the state. And this is an intent to sort of recognize that households are, they look different and families look different. The third key portion of qualified educational definitions is qualified educational expenses. What does it mean to be an approved provider? Who can be approved provider? A key lesson learned from other states is, whenever family members are the providers, there's a risk of waste, fraud, and abuse. And so the direction that we've received is if auntie is also the therapist, there's a possibility of misuse of taxpayer dollars, as well as not being able to sort of clarify or prove that auntie is actually providing the services. So this question about the student getting served as well as the public dollars being spent wisely. So those are some highlights from the first portion of the first rule. New rule 20.2 sets out eligibility. Largely, this is set by statute. An additional clarification is at any point in the year, if I attended a non-public school for the first couple of years, at any point, I'm subject to this income test, at least the first couple of years. The third rule, new rule 20.3 sets out the application process. And this really consolidates what is required by statute. It makes it clear that there's a time for families to apply, as well as a time for the department to respond. And then the final rule, 20.4, is the preserving and protecting the taxpayer investment in this program, and that is accountability and enforcement. Largely incorporating by statutory reference, but a couple of key administrative points. The first, 2 payments per year, and that is to protect against sometimes people change their minds, sometimes circumstances change, and allowing for payments twice a year versus a lump sum payment at the beginning of the year will allow family flexibility, as well as trying to maximize family flexibility and school flexibility, as well as accounting for the fact that these are public dollars being invested in this program.
The twice a year, does that kind of mirror the, like, school districts, whole grade sharing, they can do their student count twice a year? And
I think the policy, it's not designed to, it doesn't really mirror anything in current code because it's an entire new program. It's just prudence would dictate. It's a rule of prudence twice a year. And then the final provision is repayment of funds, recoupment of funds. These rules add in some flexibility for folks who make good faith errors in judgment. They click the wrong box, they attach the wrong receipt, they get paid in error, but that error was not intentional. This allows the department some flexibility to just cut us a check. You're not being kicked out of the program, but we'll allow you need to make this right. But we're not going to terminate you from the program for attaching the wrong receipt or clicking the wrong box in the drop-down menu. So those are an elevator speech, maybe a Sears Tower elevator speech, but an elevator speech regarding these rules. If you have any questions, the director and I and others from staff will be more than happy to answer them for you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Regarding the application process, we know that students who are currently enrolled in a non-public school will be applying likely. But what about students that are currently in a public school setting? How are they receiving this communication and encouraged to investigate it further and apply? Marketing,
and I think I would defer to the communications experts on the team, Heather Doan and others. This will be a widely publicized program. There are several thousand people who are already signed up for updates to our page. It's widely publicized through all areas of the education space.
And maybe I'm thinking of more marginalized families and students who are not as connected, if you will, to.
And I think that's always an area of concern.
Sure.
With any new program, with any program. But a couple of things that I know will address this, that the application will be available. The web portal will be available in Spanish also. Most commonly spoken second language. We've tried to address through rule these access questions.
Okay.
But communications and marketing, I would defer to the combined wisdom of Heather Doe and her team.
Is there a requirement by the school districts, the public school districts, that they provide that information? I mean, a little different than the marketing communication aspect. Are they required to provide that to current students?
I do not know if the department will have the authority to require schools to provide it, but it's not going to be a secret.
Okay.
One would think that schools would be really into this, that they would reach out to their constituency, if you will. that it would be in their best interests to make that information available to everyone? I thought that was a good question that you asked. So yeah, hopefully that will happen. I think equity is a big issue here, that we give access to everyone. And there are some certainly that have more expertise and more skills to apply than others.
You know, at the end of the day, when this program is fully implemented, it will be universal so that it will not be income tested, but means testing it in the first couple of years is a way to address equity concerns so that, you know, the zone isn't flooded. This provides some staging and some time to learn lessons and address those questions.
I think something we've seen from other states as well in terms of what the uptake rate has been. In general, and I know a lot of Iowans feel this way, they like their local school, right? That's why they live where they live. Many times it's their community. So most families are going to stay exactly where they are in their traditional locally zoned school. For those who want something different, this will unlock doors. In a lot of states, the uptake rate for current public school students switching over is somewhere between 2 and 4% in that first year. Now, there will over time be a higher, well, as people become more aware of it, to your point, and you realize, oh, if this isn't working well for your child or for one of your children, perhaps, then there might be another opportunity to pursue this. That will come as word of mouth spreads. So I think it will be over time. I don't think there'll be a flood. But hopefully the families, to your point, that are interested in something different, a different option, will be able to find the information. I know the non-public school community is increasingly active in making sure that they're making known these opportunities, as I would fully expect. And that's consistent with other states as well. So I think that, yeah, it'll be, this will be an important option for some families. But it's, I think as the debate suggested, as this was passing, it's not going to be a floodgate situation where everybody moves and switches, because most people are generally happy with their schools.
Well, and there's also not unlimited room at the end, so you can't have wholesale transfers. But I was one. These rules are mostly designed for implementation to get this going.
Right.
Will there be rules about reporting or how it is going that we will get, or is that a later thing, or did I miss it in here?
Well, embedded in the statute is a requirement that the department collect achievement data regarding students who participate in ESAs, who receive students for scholarships, and that's an annual report.
Okay. And we'll see that.
Yeah, it will be an annual report.
Things, Thomas. When I see that the state board is a place where people can appeal a decision, as far as that's made at quite a few different levels, is there a process, or is somebody says, I'm not happy with that decision, I'm going to the state board to appeal that decision? What's the process in place?
Gosh, a question I actually know about. It will be similar to appeals of school board decisions. So they will flow through Section 291 through the appeals rules. There'll be a contested case hearing before an administrative law judge who will bring, not me anymore, a contested case before somebody a judge at inspections and appeals and licensing, who will prepare a proposed decision for your consideration. So the routine will be similar to appeals hearings you've heard on other questions.
Okay, that makes me feel better. Thank you.
So it's not going to be just going straight to the state board. They're going to need to exhaust processes before they get you. So an email blast to all board members, I think the proper response would be, you have this process. It will be explained to you by the vendor. It will be explained to you by the department. You need to follow that process. You can't skip steps.
And both the statute and the rule do give me, the director, the ability to, there are some of these that are going to be really low hanging fruit that we don't want people to have to go through a whole appeal process for. Their family size was incorrect on their tax form. because they've had a baby since then, right? So all of a sudden they weren't income eligible. Now they are. Well, you can provide additional information and we can say, oh, and now you can plug that in and you're eligible. And so hopefully we can resolve a good number of those in the early phases without having to go through formal appeals. And the rules and the law both give the authority to do that. So that's something we also built in.
So the application process, you said, could start at the end of May, is that?
Correct.
May 31st is the current schedule.
Okay. And the formal rules will not be adopted until
August-ish.
August?
So the final, yes.
Okay. So if somebody applies, and I'm assuming that they'll have some type of approval between the end of May and August-ish. And what happens if something changes in the rules? So for example, if somebody's approved and there's a decision made that, well, we're not going to use net income, we're going to use some other factor. Now, people that were approved are no longer eligible. Is there some grandfather clause in there somewhere that in case something changes?
I think sort of the plain application of Administrative Procedure Act, you apply the law that was existing when the decision was made. So if there are changes between emergency rules and final adopted and filed rules that change the landscape, that's not that wouldn't be to the disadvantage of any school or family that relied on it. It would be that those final rules would apply going forward.
Okay. And then as far as an applicant, can a family apply at any time, or is there?
There's a fixed period of time.
Okay. Do we remember what that is?
June 30th is the application deadline.
June 30th.
And going forward, it'll open at the start of the year. So like this year, there's a time crunch because there's a really fast go live date. But in the future, it will be a longer lead in to that deadline.
Okay. Other questions from Thomas? Cindy.
Does this change anything in regards to homeschool and that relationship? Just curious, remind me where they fit into this or not?
They don't.
No, okay.
Home instruction is not eligible for an ESA. You have to be enrolled full-time, which is at least 75% of this standard school day in a non-public school to receive an ESA. If there is extra funds available for after payment of tuition, that perhaps there are additional services that could be purchased from approved vendors, but the tuition bill must come first, and it must be air quotes, full-time enrolled in a non-public school.
Are you looking for a motion to approve and adopt?
Two motions.
We have two motions on.
The first is the emergency rules. So the recommendation is adopted as an emergency basis, new chapter 20.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and second to adopt the emergency rules. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried.
And then the second recommendation is that the state give notice of intent to adopt on a permanent basis, new chapter 20. So that's the second half of the rulemaking package.
So moved.
Second?
All right, it's been moved and second to give, this is the notice of intended action.
Correct.
Any further discussion? Hearing now, call for a vote. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried.
Thank you.
Right. Well, we are well ahead of schedule. Is William Penn?
Just grabbing her, like,
Okay.
we're ahead of schedule.
That schedule's a good thing.
Actually, it's rare.
Yeah, don't jinx it.
We're just sitting across from the room.
Okay. We have William Penn University Educator Preparation Program approval.
Thanks for your time, everybody. For those of you who don't know me or my team, Mariam Rodzabo, an admin program consultant with educator preparation programs. My colleague, Dr. Kelly Fega, and my other colleague who's not in this room, Dr. Stephanie Tikep, who is also going through this process with all the teacher preparation, administrator preparation programs in Iowa leading to a licensure. Every 7 years, we work with the programs on a site visit. A two-year before the site visit, the programs conduct a self-study and try to compare what the program does to the state rules and codes and find out if there are things that they need to be doing differently or what room they have for improvement. And they write an institutional report based on that self-study. Today, I have Dana Oswald, Stephen Henderson, and Shane Erzman, who will be joining too from William Penn. We did the site visit at William Penn the fall of 2022. I'm here to present to you. You have a summary of the report and the full report with you. I will just go over some of the overview of the summary, and we will be happy to answer any question about the process, or the members from the program will be happy to answer your questions about that program. William Penn offers elementary and secondary programs, and they are one of the largest universities offering programming that also aligns and supports the TPRA, Teacher Paraeducator Registered Apprenticeship Program, because they are also offering distance modality. 7 years ago, 2016, when the program was reviewed, because of the lack of alignment of their distance modality and their face-to-face modality, they were recommended for conditional licensure, and they were able to address that in a year, and then they were recommended for full approval in 2018. I'm happy to say that when we went on campus, it didn't sound like a program that was in a conditional state at all. It was a very strong program. Alignment within the program, online and face-to-face courses were very well done, and most of the standards were met. It is very common that we would find some pieces that is either out of compliance or could be improved. Most of those were in the governance standard. One was the stipend for mileage for supervisors was not equitable or very well defined. So what they did was that they defined it so that all the supervisors are making the trip and making sure that all of them are aware of what the requirements are in there for the supervisors when they go to observe the students. They have had close to 200 increase in their enrollment because of TPRA, and their new online program director is doing a great job recruiting members into their program. Because of that, we didn't think that they had enough of full-time faculty members serving in that program. So what they did to address that, they added a faculty line, a special ed faculty line, and they advertised in the process of hiring that faculty this fall. While their online courses have a kind of a good design and they have some simple pieces in place, it was not following the best practices in designing and developing online courses, and the accessibility necessarily, the instructional design that needs to go into the online programming. And that was one of the recommendations that we made, and the institution provided a fund to hire a part-time instructional designer to also oversee and ensure the quality of the online programs and courses. Something that they did that was a good practice, but also a challenging situation, they kept the courses at 27. But in some of the online courses we interviewed the candidates, we saw more than 60 students. So we had the question of what's going on here. And what they did when they had a new faculty member, they combined the two classes so that the new faculty member also shadowed the other faculty member. We recommended that that's not necessarily the best practice to have so many students in that one meeting. So what they're going to do is, even though they're going to allow the faculty to shadow, but they're not going to combine the two classes necessarily while it's happening. So they will keep the cap at 27. They also provided additional release time that was necessary based on this increase that they have had in the programming for the chair and the assessment coordinator and the distance learning director. There was no compliance concern in the diversity assessment or faculty standard. And I would want to mention that this was one of the programs that did one of the best processes for the self-study. They had all their faculty members included in the process, and it was very obvious when we were on campus that everybody understood the program. Everybody were able to talk about the different pieces, and everybody took a piece of this program to make it successful. It was very obvious, and we're thinking about considering recommending their model to other programs for the self-study that they had done. And their leadership team does a very good job collaborating with each other and improving the program. They have very strong faculty members. That some of the pieces, some of the selected commentations are included in the report, but I would want to say that especially it was evident that they were working with students on working with diverse students, including those with dyslexia. And that was one of the strengths that we found on campus. There was only one other compliance concern in the teacher clinical standard, and that was the piece that basically was resolved because of the governance oversight, because that the clinical requirement for supervisors was not consistent across all the clinical supervisors. And because they addressed it in the governance, we expect that this will be resolved. In a year, my team will also conduct a follow-up visit if this program is approved. So the program, if there was any compliance concern, they have either addressed it. For most cases, they have addressed it. And for some cases that they have provided a plan in a 1 year, we make sure that they have followed through with their plan and timeline. With that, my team would like to recommend that the William Penn Educator Preparation Program would be considered for full approval until the next review scheduled in 2029-2030 academic year.
Okay, we have reps from William Penn. Are they all here now?
We are.
You're here. Would you guys like to make any comments to the board?
It was my name is Stephen Henderson. I serve as the chair of the Education Division over the traditional on-campus and the online program, as well as my colleague Shane Erisman, who is the Director of Distance Learning, and Dana Oswald, who is our licensure official, as well as our assessment coordinator. The process was one that I felt very supported by the DOE. They mentored us truly with the intent in mind to train the best teachers possible to come into the state of Iowa. We felt that they pointed out things that we recognize these are areas of growth. We were able to, with the support of our administration at the institution, address these quickly, timely, and anything that was of a compliance concern related to lack of resources or equitable resources, we have been able to address and resolve already by the end of this academic year through the hiring of 3 additional people in our distance learning to support the rapid growth that we experienced as a result of the TPRA grant and the numerous consortiums. So our administration, as well as my team, took very serious these areas that we recognize we needed to strengthen, and we have taken great steps to resolving those already this academic year.
Why do we have to tell you that you needed to do those things? I mean, why is it that the site team had to suggest to you that these changes need to be made? You should have known that, right? I mean, you can see the rapid growth. You can see the implications of online learning. This is a new thing. So tell me why we had to tell you that.
I don't think they needed to tell us that. We recognize that the growth happened. We went from, in the last year and a half, what are our exact numbers in our growth?
Yeah, so I'm the director of the distance learning program, and the governor released a plan, the TPRA grant. It was $45 million that was awarded to educate 500 paraeducators to become teachers. And that was rolled out in June prior to our August visit. And as a result, from June until enrollment in August, we had an increase of 114 students in our distance learning program. So we are now at 250 students, paraeducators all over the state of Iowa within several months of the release of the state grant. So it's a very quick, immediate growth, and the DE recognized that we needed to set new goals and to add more staff.
And we recognize that. When they came in, we said, we recognize that we have grown so rapidly, so quickly. We're going to need faculty. We're going to need assistant staff. We're going to need to shore up these things. So the growth happened so quickly that we acknowledged it pre the site visit. So they recognized that as well. And they reinforced it that we knew that we needed to add support into the rapidly growing program.
If you don't see these things, these changes take place, what are the implications for them and for students who are in the program? So we approve this today, and if they don't make changes, do we see them again in 7 years?
We do. So we actually have every program submit a report to us every year. So in addition, after they're approved, they still continue to submit a report showing us how many students they have, how many faculty they have. So if we see something is off, like they have so many students, but they don't have as many faculty members who are full-time, we do follow up with them to ask what's going on. Do you have appropriate resources? And then next year, we also make sure that all of these changes that they have.
But you understand my question, what are the implications? Let's say a year from now, you don't find that the change has been made.
Could I maybe ask a question to clarify, Mike? Was it maybe just kind of a timing thing, as that William Penn had recognized that staff growth needed to happen at the same time the alignment of the study, the analysis was happening as well. So these two things were converging at the same time. So it wasn't an oversight of William Penn. It was that program growth was happening, the analysis was happening at the same time, and these two pieces kind of came together at the same time. Is that a fair statement?
I get your question. If in a year they have not addressed those compliance concerns, we bring them back to the board and we actually recommend for non-approval.
So that we could take approval away. That's what you're suggesting, in a year or 2 years or whatever.
If they are not.
I'm not, and again, I'm devil's advocate in this whole thing. Because as you grow, you need to be prepared. If you don't take it on if you can't do it. Don't take it on. Don't do it until you're ready to do it. That would be my argument. Okay. How many kids were ill-served because of that? Because we didn't, or we weren't prepared for the growth that took place. So at some point you just have to say, we can't handle this until we do these things. And that would be my concern, that we're ready to serve the kids that we're charging money. I apologize. I have 2 or 3 questions here, so tell me to shut up and I'll shut up. But this is it. Yes, ma'am.
If I can share, I was here 7 years ago, so I understand. Exactly, I remember you. And and it was, that conditional approval was a year of definitely looking forward and looking at, okay, what are we doing well? We know what we need to do. My big thing was, how do we make it sustainable? If I leave, I mean, the other 2 ladies that were with me at that time have left. I'm the one that was there. Who's coming to this seat in 7 years? How do we make it sustainable? And so that has been our big thing. as assessment coordinator and licensure official, we have strategic items in place, guidebooks to help mentor that next person. Same with the division chair, because we know how often leadership changes in institutions. And I really think that was one of the big things previously, was that sustainability was not in place. And the alignment from the distance learning classes and the campus classes and the system that we've been able to put in place for
I want you to know that
sustainability.
nobody at this table cares more about you being successful than me. I want you to be successful, but success for me means, what's the end result? Okay, what happens when we get those kids through this program? Are they able to sit down in that classroom and work in that classroom and be successful? Let me ask you one more question. How do you train your faculty for online learning? What's the process there?
It's a good question. So one of the things that we've identified that we need to do is a clear and strategic onboarding process of our adjuncts. One of the things that we've done to address that is that our on-campus faculty also float in our distance learning. So I have taught in the distance learning courses. Both of my colleagues here have taught in the distance learning courses. So everyone who is an on-campus faculty member at some point serves as a professor in those distance learning courses as well. We are using the expertise of our on-campus faculty to be the key point for course shells, the objectives, the creation of those classes, because they are the content experts for those specific classes. And that is used and modeled and built off of in our online courses as well. One of the things that we recognized is through program growth, we're going to need a more systematic way to ensure we onboard adjuncts, because our adjunct pool is growing because we have so many more courses that we're offering. One of the compliance concerns was we need to have somebody who, in addition to the online director, we need somebody to help oversee the curriculum and the instruction of the course designs to ensure we're aligned to national standards, as well as to spearhead the onboarding and the mentoring and the training of these adjuncts. We created a position for that, a job description and outline stipend for course releases. We interviewed and hired for that position a colleague of mine who's solidifying her doctorate in curriculum and instruction with a specialty in online higher ed learning. She will be the oversight of all of those things as we work to bring more into alignment our online courses. She will be the person who's creating these, in addition to, we have a very systematic mentoring and onboarding process where we pair a senior faculty with our new faculty who are coming on. We are taking that and we are going to model it, of course, tweaked for our online colleagues to help oversee that transition so that we are ensuring that we are training these adjuncts to oversee our distance learning program.
Thank you.
Other questions from the directors? I have a follow-up question, Mike. You kind of touched on it a little bit, but how do you know you're successful with the students who graduate from your program?
Our hiring rate is in the high 90s. If they want a job, they've got a job. And we do follow-up surveys with them and their employers. That's one of the state requirements that we do. The survey results are not always super high because you don't get all of the surveys turned in. So additional connections with personal connections, because we're a smaller university, we know all of our graduates. And so our faculty have those connections and can see that they are successful, whether they're staying in their school district that they're going to, or they're changing school districts for maybe a better opportunity for them professionally. We're able to see those successes.
Are there criteria other than hiring that you would use in answering John's question?
Yes.
Because, we all know the grill in the room is,
Yeah, we need more.
if you can get licensed and be a teacher, you could probably get a job, but we're interested in something way more than that, as are you, because you have this program, obviously. What else is there?
We have advisory committees that include superintendents, principals, even parents of some of these districts where our teachers are serving. And we seek feedback from them twice a year, once in a meeting in the fall and once in a survey in the springtime. And that is some of the best feedback that we get when we're hearing from the principals, from the superintendents, from the administrators in the districts where our William Penn students are serving and where they are employed and where they're hired. And we use that feedback to help us look at, okay, if we're seeing multiple districts say that students need support in this, we're using that to help frame our program so that we are ensuring that they are leaving prepared to do their job. So we're seeking feedback through advisory committees. We have these personal relationships with these districts, with these superintendents and these administrators. We're solidifying feedback both in advisory committee meetings as well as surveys that the state offers, surveys that we offer to receive that feedback. So we're trying to hear from these people in meaningful ways throughout the year so that we can address those to make sure that Penn students are leaving as prepared as possible.
As a part of this process also, as part of site visit, we sent out surveys to cooperating teachers, cooperating administrators, and recent graduates. So we looked at the feedback we got for anything that would signal something different.
And I would say too, the success that they have in their student teaching placements from their cooperating teachers and their successful experience there. I mean, if we have not prepared them well and they're not doing well in student teaching, that's on us. And we're doing very well in that.
Thank you.
Sorry, just quickly, what proportion of your graduates are staying in the state? Do you have a sense?
I would say probably, I'd want to say 90%, 95. And we have a lot of students who do come out of state to play a sport. But in education, that's a very small portion that would be out of state students.
Some of your online students are out of state?
No,
Everybody's
those are all mainly paraeducators in our school districts in the state of Iowa. We already had the program, the opportunity with our Deliver system on Zoom in place before the TPRA grant ever came. So 85% are paraeducators?
Yeah, out of the 250 students we have in the distance learning delivery model, 85% are paraeducators working in schools. And after they receive a degree, they will usually continue in that school district or in a neighboring school district.
Sure. Thank you.
How long is the grant for?
The grant is for 2 years.
And is it sustainable after that fact? When the money goes away, does it fall into?
I think, yes, our numbers have been increasing in our distance learning over the last several years. In 2018, I think we were 87 students. Last fall, actually the fall of 2021, we were at 167 students. Now we're at 250. So 167 students without the grant, the TPRA grant. And what we find is that most students it's referrals. It's a paraeducator in a school district that had a good experience at William Penn, or they know a teacher that graduated from William Penn, and they say I had a great experience at Penn, and then they continue to tell others. And for example, in the Marion School District, we have 7 paraeducators in that district that are working at William Penn on their degree. They will talk to other paraeducators through their career, and that will just continue to steamroll. I teach the Introduction to Education class, the first class for all of our distance learning students. And I always ask, why are you here? And they say, I talked to a paraeducator, I talked to a teacher in our district, and that's why I'm here.
Dr. Shane Erzman, who's the director of distance learning for William Penn, also was as superintendent. So what we found was a lot of that communication with the districts that he does to recruit.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
I would just like to say thank you. Paraeducators are so desperately needed around the state, and it does lead to a path of full accreditation to be a teacher. So thank you very much.
I would move that we grant full approval to William Penn University Educator Prep Program.
Second.
Been moved in second. Any further discussion? Hearing now a call for a vote. Those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much for your support.
I won't be here for the next 7.
You won't? I might be in a consultant role. We'll see.
I'd like to make a brief comment, not about this, that this is great, that what we just did, but in the past, we talked about, our consent agenda, and sometimes we had a lot of these kind of requests and maybe just be there. I would say this is a perfect example of why we should be careful what goes in the consent agenda. It says they've met all the standards without, any exception, without condition. But this discussion was invaluable, not only to board members about knowing what happens, but in dealing with these kind of approvals, which we want people to know we take seriously, as Mike was alluding to. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thanks, Brian.
Now you're, before you ask the question, do we have to?
I did. That's why I wanted to balance what I said. Spreading them out, one day we had like 8 of them in a row or something, and
at least.
But I think this is maybe the counter argument.
Sure.
To that.
All right. Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is the break.
So I reserve the right to change my mind.
There you go.
Let's take a break. Do we know if Western Iowa Tech is around?
They're in the elevator, so they'll be.
We can do the meeting in there.
Maybe a tight
Break
fit.
till 10:15. We'll reconvene at 10:15. The agenda, we have Western Iowa Tech Community College.
Yes, indeed.
Welcome, reps.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name's Amy Giske. I'm the Bureau Chief for Community Colleges here at the department. One of my roles is to oversee the state accreditation process for our 15 community colleges. So today we have for you a state interim accreditation report from Western Iowa Tech. You have the full report, so I'll just be providing a brief overview, but happy to entertain any questions that you have. And then I will pass things along to our colleagues from Western Iowa Tech, who will give some, brief information about what's happening and how they're serving their students and communities in their region. So this report are highlights from the desk review conducted November 9th and 10th. I think most of you are pretty familiar with our process now, but code requires us to do a comprehensive visit every 10 years with an interim visit on year 5. So this is an interim visit for WIT, and they'll have their comprehensive visit in 5 years from now. As you know, the process has been designed to complement the Higher Learning Commission accreditation process. So we look closely at the college's most recent Higher Learning Commission findings. We reviewed 8 specific state standards. And then for continuous improvement for the comprehensive visit, we also do a special topic. This map shows the region served by WIT and some of the data from their most recent community college profile. WIT does rank 6th in total credit hours and 2nd in credit awards. So they award a fair number of credits for the state, and they are 6th highest in graduation rate. Turning to their HLC, most recent HLC report, they do have continued HLC accreditation with their next reaffirmation of accreditation in 28-29. At their last visit, criterion 5D was met with concerns, and this is the criteria around does the institution systematically work to improve its performance? What we noticed at the visit and what I think was happening here was that they were doing a lot of this, but not documenting it as well as they could be. So we talked with the college about the work underway to close a loop with their planning processes and how to better document their work that they're doing in strategic planning. Moving to the state standards, faculty qualifications and load. We review a random selection of faculty files, and the faculty files that we reviewed, faculty members were mostly all well qualified and teaching within their load limits. We did have recommendations in this area, one around formalizing their overload process to ensure mutual consent, ensure that the faculty members are agreeing to the overload. We also recommended that they develop a faculty handbook. We thought they could better define some of their terms and processes and procedures campus-wide. A few findings in this area. There were 2 faculty members who needed more content training in their specific subdiscipline in biology, their anatomy and physiology faculty, and they had biology degrees, but not in that specific field. So we're working with them to get those 2 faculty, a plan for those 2 faculty. There's some language in the quality faculty plan about hiring on a provisional basis, which is no longer allowed. So we're asking that that be removed. And then in general, just some work that could be done on the documentation. Once we dug in, the faculty did have all the qualifications they needed, but their documents weren't complete in the file. So some work to do there, and we'll follow up with that in 6 months. The third standard is special needs and protected classes. This is the one that deals with those non-discrimination statements and what they're doing to serve all students. We're doing a lot of things really well in this area. We talked with students during our visits, and the students knew who to go to for complaints. They knew how to get accommodations. They felt well supported and taken care of. They're doing, they have Kurzweil assistive technology that they make available to all students. And then another area of best practice, I would say, is their Cengage Unlimited program. They provide textbooks and instructional resources to all students for a flat fee. So this is really, really helps with retention if students have all the materials they need on day one. So that's a best practice across the state. A few recommendations around the non-discrimination statement. I won't go into detail on those as you read them in the report. The findings in this area were around the annual statement and the non-discrimination statement. Many colleges have issues with this. It's very difficult to keep it up to date. I would say this visit compared to last visit, it was in all of the places it needed to be. They did a much better job of getting it out there. Now we just need to ensure it remains consistent. There were, a number of different versions of it. With the annual statement, they need to put the specific admission criteria for CTE programs, and those were just missing, but they updated those immediately when we asked them to. So they responded to all of this very quickly, and I'm very confident we'll be able to get that where it needs to get. Standard 4 is CTE program review and evaluation. They're doing a number of things well in this area. They're only required to review CTE programs, but they're expanding to arts and sciences and transfer majors, which is very nice to see. Again, at the program level, they're accommodating students well. They're using their advisory committee feedback. That's what those advisory committees are for, so we really like to see that. And there was strong evidence that faculty are engaged in the review process. Number of recommendations here, but no findings. We recommended an official guide and manual for program review. They were doing a good job, but it wasn't documented anywhere, and we thought that could help better make consistent the process across campus. More intentionally connect program review to strategic plan and budgeting. This will help them with HLC and that criteria we were talking about earlier. Better incorporate questions about proportionate costs, which is a requirement of CTE program review. Another recommendation to examine their success metrics disaggregated by student population so they can see really which students are struggling and how to develop specific strategies for those student populations. And then for their advisory committees, just ensure that they're supposed to meet twice per year, and that was not always happening. So just ensure that that was happening. Physical plant facilities, this was an area of strength for the college as well. Beautiful facilities. They have a strong facilities planning process, strong integration of technology on campus, and a lot of processes in place to ensure they're hearing what students, faculty, and their community stakeholders are needing in terms of facilities. One recommendation here around the campus safety reports. This is something that's required to be in the student handbook. So a recommendation, it was outdated, so we just give them a recommendation for how to make sure that stays up to date. No findings here. Strategic planning. They do have a current strategic plan. Their current plan focuses on an internal culture, so it's around the themes of communication, collaboration, and contribution. They were able to provide many examples of how they made improvements based on their strategic plan. And it was nice to hear the senior leadership are very intentionally trying to give voice to more faculty and staff on committees and councils and in the strategic planning process. They're really trying to push down that leadership to create a culture of better shared governance. Our recommendations here were around better tracking their goals and objectives. This will help them with Criterion 5D for HLC as well. They're doing the work, but just make sure you can document it so that you can show evidence of the work that's coming out of the planning process. Continue to build down the departmental level goals that feed up into the institutional goals. And then for this current plan is more about internal planning. So for the next plan, maybe go a little bit more external and get more external feedback with the strategic planning process. That was our final recommendation. Standard 7 is the quality faculty plan. They have an excellent academic center for excellence on campus with people responsible for faculty development. That helps a lot when you give people the specific job of doing this every day. So I'd say they have a very strong professional development in place. They have new instructors enrolled in this master instructor level 1 and 2 course. So they have a real strategic plan process to onboard their faculty, and a very impressive faculty mentoring process. Our recommendations were around more of the details of tracking the quality faculty plan hours. Code does recommend developing institutional competencies. So to plan as an institution, what do you want your instructors to know? So they could build that out a little bit more in their quality faculty plan. And to more thoroughly review and update the plan was the last recommendation. Okay, our final standard is Senior Year Plus. They call their program the College Now program, and it does have the NACEP accreditation, which is the third level of accreditation our concurrent enrollment programs go through. They partner with 26 school districts and serve over 3,000 high school students annually. That Cengage Unlimited program I was telling you about, they have extended that to the concurrent enrollment students, which is amazing to see. And they have strong culture of faculty buy-in with NACEP, which can be hard to get. So we were happy to hear that. Our recommendations in this area further expand the information on institutional responsibilities in a few of their documents. Again, those documents should reflect jointly established measures of college readiness. And then consider establishing a more centralized location for CE faculty. So just a few smaller recommendations in this standard, but no findings. Themes, the staff and faculty that we met during our visit, many of them have been at the institution for a really long time, just deep commitment to the institution, to the students in the region that they serve. It was very evident they put students first in their decision-making. Just example after example of how their thought process was, at the heart was what is in the best interest of students. I think parking is a good example. There was a parking problem on campus, so now staff and faculty can't park close to the buildings. They have to park far away. You don't see that, very often, but they make decisions that are in the best interest of students. Strong investment in mental health, incredibly welcoming environment. Students reported that. We felt that when we were on campus. And then real efforts to improve shared governance, as I was mentioning, and to push down the leadership of the institution beyond the cabinet level to get the entire campus invested in the strategic priorities of the institution. So a really wonderful visit. Our review team does recommend reaccreditation of WIT for the next 5 years. But I'm happy to entertain questions, and Dr. Julie Alberts will have a presentation for you about what's happening on the campus. Maybe I'll kick to you next. Switch spots with you if you'd like.
And I'll bring George Jasmine with me as well. Okay, perfect.
You're staying or
I'm going to sit. That's okay. Well, thank you folks for allowing us to come and brag a little bit about our school today. I think as an educator, we all know as educators that there's really no greater joy or affirmation that we're doing the right thing than when we run into a graduate. As I did just a few minutes ago, a successful graduate from over 20 years ago, and his lovely daughter is doing an internship. Is that correct? Yeah. So,
We're not like mentally prepared for that.
I'm very sorry about that, but it did bring me a great deal of joy to hear this. It's wonderful to run into you and hear about your internship. So Western Iowa Tech, presented in the slide here, is our main campus is located in Sioux City. We serve over 7,200 credit students and 14,000 non-credit students in 2022. There's lots of things we take pride in as a college, and we're just going to run through a few slides and show you those things.
Our outstanding facilities, I think you heard a little bit about that, but we're very proud of our facilities at the college and our cutting edge technology. Our common areas we find that our students find very collaborative and engaging in their educational journey.
We're also proud of our diverse student body. 37% of our credit students and literally thousands of our non-credit students are students of colors. We credit our very welcoming environment and our friendly atmosphere for the increase in diversity in our campus, and really need to point out that our student body truly reflects our community as well.
And we're very proud of our team. I think as Amy mentioned a little bit before, we do have individuals that have been in college for a long time. Just celebrated recently a 40-year anniversary for one of our employees. And our dedicated faculty and staff, they are very passionate about what they do at the college, and they're willing to do whatever is needed to make sure our students achieve their goals.
This is a picture of our 50-year anniversary celebration. Thank you. And you're all familiar with one-on-one laptop initiatives. Well, we've had a one-on-one laptop initiative since 2015, and we've worked very, very hard through that initiative to eliminate the digital divide that may impact some of our students. As Amy said, we not only provide them with laptops, but we provide them with Cengage textbooks for a very low fee. I believe it's around $95 a semester, $97 a semester, which is saving the students literally thousands and thousands of dollars in textbooks costs. We've also been named an Apple Distinguished School. We're one of the very few community colleges in the nation, and we've gotten that distinguishment for multiple years due to all of our technological advancements.
In addition to our main campus in Sioux City, we have locations in Denison, Cherokee, Mapleton, Ida Grove. And with the support of the Department of Education grant, we are collaborating with 5 school districts to build a career academy in Denison, Iowa. And we expect that to be open in fall of 2025.
I want to talk a minute about our unique programs. We have over 60 career and technical programs, and we now have 20 transfer programs for students to transfer in an arts and science area. This is our band instrument repair program. We're one of 3 programs in the nation, and we're the only associate degree in the nation. Our students already have jobs. Every single one who will graduate in a couple of weeks already is placed in a job. It's just a fascinating program. And if you're ever on WITS campus, I would invite you to come downstairs and take a look at this program. So we're extremely proud of our graduation rates. For 5 years in a row, we led the state with credit awards. And as Amy said, we are number 2 right now. As a result of our efforts to double the number of completers, this was our strategic goal for a number of years. We increased the graduation rate by 144% over 9 years. Very proud of that. Additionally, we added services such as a food bank, a student health clinic, mental health counseling, instructor training, and academic support. And all those things truly help aid in retention.
And I know Dr. Albert's a little too proud to say, but Dr. Albert actually was one of our students at the college that attended Western Iowa Tech and then went on to become our vice president.
A few years in between. Yeah. Questions about the college? About our student body? About Troy?
How many students are in the instrument repair program?
We have to cap that.
Oh.
Because it takes a pretty hefty workspace and a lot of instruments, but we are always full. The first year and the second year program are always full at about 15 students per year. Okay. 20 students per year. Okay. We do have a wait list. Wow. Students come from all over the country for that program. Students have come from Australia and Ireland. Yeah.
Cassandra, Cindy and I had a chance to go to the community college conference there last summer.
Oh.
And it is a beautiful campus. It's very well done. And I think I got lost maybe once or twice. Seems like all the buildings are almost connected now. Is that?
It's really a wonderful thing when you live and work in Iowa below the winter. I didn't have that advantage at a lot of colleges I went to. I don't know about you all, but I remember walking across campus and being quite cold. So it's great. Most of our classes are in the building that I believe it's almost 9
acres
under one roof. Yeah.
And you have satellite centers as well. Would you repeat those for?
So we have in Cherokee, Iowa,
right,
Denison, right, Mapleton, and then Lamar's.
Okay. And you have your own buildings there? You rent space?
No, we have our own buildings.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Are they for specific programs or?
So Nursing, for example, so in our Cherokee and campus, we just completed a nursing simulation lab. And then in Denison, we're going to do the Career Academy, and then we will also do more for nursing. Those, we tend to work more with the local community as far as what their needs are and what the high school is wanting to partner with as well.
Thank you.
I was reading through the report, and it talked about the concern, excuse me, with special needs and in one area of special needs and non-discrimination statements. Are we on top of all that stuff now, or where are we at with that?
Yes, we've made some changes. We've gotten some help and assistance from the department. I think that it's not, as Amy said, it's not unusual because of the changes that happen in the non-discrimination statement for colleges to fall behind. I think in our case of what happened was we failed to pull some old literature off the shelves. And so, yeah, we've done a much better job of that.
Some of our recommendations were around making that statement a little bit less likely to be outdated. So instead of a particular person's name, go to a generic email address. We give them a list of everything they need to correct. So I think we'll be able to get it, and we'll do another review in 6 months. So, because the hard part is keeping it continuously updated.
So where do you want to be in 5 years?
Where do we want to be in 5 years? Well, when we look at our strategic initiatives, well, of course, we want to be first in everything that we're doing. And I think we have to set that benchmark really high for us. But it's putting that plan in place. So I think we have a lot more we can do for our local communities and to help our students.
Be specific.
Well, it's important that we are serving the community and that we're offering the programs that they need for growth, for economic growth in our community. Truly, we change lives, and I am living proof of that. My children have advanced degrees, and I really believe it's all because of Western Iowa Tech and the difference it made on my life in the 80s when I started in the the arts and science program. So I think as a college, we really want to focus on our arts and sciences right now to make sure that our students are able to graduate and transfer successfully. This has been a big push statewide, I know, with the transfer majors. And we've gotten some help recently from the regents who are willing to provide a lot of classes on our campus, as well as provide some online educations, because we found that somewhere around the mark of 96% of our graduates stay within 100 miles of Sioux City. So we need to provide education opportunities for them in the four-year programs on our campus in our area. So that's a real goal of mine. Continue to, again, reach our community needs through our career and technical programs. We want to always continue to grow our graduation rate. That's very important.
Is the articulation between vertical articulation, is that going well with Iowa and Iowa State? And
yes.
Yes. You feel good about that?
Yes. We have students for the first time, because I've been there almost 25 years. Troy's been at college 30 years. We have students for the first time ever who are able to come in and say, I want to major in English. And they document that they're going to be an English major. Then we can connect them with the right advisor, and we can put them in the pathway to transfer to their school of choice as an English major. And, you know, before I was just getting my gen eds. Oh, I'm just here at the college to get my gen eds. We, for a while, did a big program that was called the JUST program. What's going on with the JUST students? Because they tend to get lost. But now they have a mentor, an advisor in their field. They've declared a major. They feel like they're going somewhere with their life, and they've got a clear pathway to the 4-year.
Well, I would move approval of Western Tech Community College accreditation.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and second as far as the approved accreditation, continuing accreditation. Any further comments or discussion?
Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
We're still a little bit ahead of schedule, which is good. If we're ready for the Iowa Community College certified budget approval.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Laura Vargas, an administrative consultant, policy and finance with the Community College Bureau. Appreciate the time to be here today and share the certified budget report with you all. The Iowa Community College's certified budget report provides information to the State Board of Education to assist in the role as outlined in Iowa Code Chapters 260C.17, which is to review and approve each community college budget included in that report. You all should have that detailed report with you. To meet Iowa Code, this report on each community college projected budget must be reviewed and approved by the State Board on or prior to June 1st of each year. At the time the information for this report is requested from Iowa's 15 community colleges, state general aid appropriations, tuition revenues, employee salaries are not finalized for the next fiscal year. So only budget estimates can be provided. And that can create a challenge because they're providing a budget way much ahead of when they're actually getting some actual numbers that they would put in typically, like state general aid, for example. Community college staff demonstrated their best attempts at budget estimates for next year. This year, there was an additional challenge because typically this report is prepared within a longer period of time. But because budgets are typically sent to the controlling accounting auditor no later than March 15th of each year on the forms prescribed by the Department of Management. But this year, due to the Residential Assessment Limitation Act, which was Senate File 181, it extended that filing requirement date to April 30th, which fell on a weekend. So the actual due date was May 1st, 2023, and here we are today. So I do want to extend a tremendous thank you to the community college business officers for working with me to be able to provide the information they did and be able to put the report before you today as quickly as they did. And I do want to have Troy Jasmine. He was willing to come and also present just to walk through some of the budgeting process and kind of give you what that looks like from his perspective.
As you know, I've done it a few times.
Thank you so much for being here.
Yes. Yeah. So I've done this process 27 years, and it is a tough process to go through, as Laura said, because we don't have all the known facts when we're doing it. We don't know what our state aid is going to be. We don't know what our health insurance rates are going to come in, what our settlements are going to be, but it does provide that not to exceed limit for our board so that they know how to do that. And I guess for me, it's old hat. I've done it enough times that you take all the known information that you have at that time, and then you look at what's your crystal ball going to tell you. And I told Laura, I'm proud to say I've only had to republish once because we had a very large bond issuance for one of our new jobs training companies. So take that information into consideration as we do our published budget process as well.
So I know last night or yesterday at the Community College Council, we had a good conversation and some good questions specifically regarding Kirkwood Community College. And so Casey Drew from that college, if he can be given permission to be able to speak, he was going to be available so that if you had any specific questions on that budget.
Sure. Is he available now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, welcome,
Yes.
Casey.
Thank you. So I think there was a question regarding fund balances that were in the Kirkwood submitted budget. And when I went back and pulled the information, this started in the last fiscal year, but what Kirkwood puts in for the actual fund balance has been tied to their actual audit report. And those fund balances include the OPEB, so that's the other post-employment benefits entries, as well as the IPERS pension and early retirement long-term liability pensions. And when you add those into those numbers, those just those three accounts generate a $43 million deficit in fund balance. And so the fund balance being reported includes those. I had a chance to go look at some of the other colleges, and they are not including those entries in their entries. And so I think that might led to some of the confusion about why our fund balance looks so much different. When you back those out, the city received, or the college received about $26 million in HERFA funds the past few years, and we have a plan to spend down those funds over the through 2025. And so our fund balance will drop, but it's a planned drop, and it's to spend out the HERFA dollars over the next 2 to 3 years. Is there any other questions I can answer?
Casey, can you tell me, I'm familiar with including the IPERS assessment of deficit statement. How much is backed out because of IPERS? If you back IPERS out alone, what would that do to your fund balance?
Well, this is the long-term IPERS thing. The fund balance as of 6/30/22 was $11 million fund balance deficit.
Okay.
And then the other post-employment benefits was $19.6 million deficit. And then the other pension retirement was $12.9 million deficits, for a total of $43.6 million deficits when you add those three together.
And for the other directors, I'm very familiar with the IPERS. It's always in our auditor's notes as far as if everybody retired, what would you owe them? Which nobody else is going to retire all at the same time. So basically, even backing out IPERS, you're in the positive as far as your general fund. Would that be an accurate statement?
Yeah, our general fund with those four backed out, the range is from $50 to $34 million over the 3-year period. And the drop is due to the intentional spending of the HERFA dollars.
Okay. That makes a lot more sense to me now than it did last night when we were discussing this.
But it also begs a question, what are the parameters if not everybody's reporting the same information?
I'm going to review that, I think, for next year. I think this report in itself seems to be a bit of a challenge. And so a possibility would be to do a follow-up report 6 months from now when some of those numbers are a little bit more set. But I agree with you. I think there needs to just be a review of this process and of this report in general. I appreciate the conversation, the discussion, because it's important that there's an understanding of this report.
So the budgeting process, it has to be approved by the county auditor at what time? Was that May 1st this year?
June, by May 1st. Yep. So they had to submit all of their certified budgets by May 1st. But they also worked with Department of Management in advance, and maybe you could speak to the timing of that, but everything was on a very short window.
It was. And Department of Management gave us a lot of good information as we went through doing it. And again, it really is for the management levies as far as what that's going to be, and the plant fund and general fund and equipment levy.
Ask a stupid question. Who finances that debt? If there's debt there that we're showing, who's financing that? How's that financed?
As far as referring to what, Kirkwood's, for example?
Well, anybody, yeah.
With that, well, it's not due right now. It's a longer term. It's more on your
obligation. So what we're talking about is an obligation later on. So, yeah. So how far would those carry forward? I guess I'd be curious how the funds in those pools, how subject are they to some difficult times ahead?
Some challenges.
And we have the actual, I'm an IPERS guy too, and I know that we're about 85% or something with the IPERS, but I'd be curious again as to looking at some of those deficits, just see what the actuality.
So I can speak for Western Iowa Tech. When I do the certified budget process, my fund balances will tie exactly to my audit. So what you're seeing for the general fund and all the different management levy funds will tie to our audit. So that's how I make sure that we have the correct information in there. I guess as I look at the process, it's more focus is based on what's the revenue coming in that year, what do I think the expenses are going to be that year. But we also report to our board on a regular basis. Here's what our fund balance is and what backs that up? Do we have cash to back that up?
Yeah.
So that's important. We do some solvency type ratios for our board so they know where we're at.
Yeah, every one of those would vary depending on institution.
Correct.
And how fully they're funded. Okay. Thank you, guys.
And each community college does to the department a certified audit report. Usually that comes in the fall towards the end of the year. So we do have opportunity to review that.
Is that a concern? Is it a concern for you to look at that deficit and say, darn it, we can't meet our obligations now. We're going to be able to do this for 10 years, or we think we can, or 5. I mean, is that a concern?
They're a much bigger school than we are, so for us, no.
No, not a. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Is there any stress testing on these proposed budgets? If revenue's down X, Y, or Z, or expenses are up A, B, C. Is there anything like that, or is it just, here's our revenue, here's our guess of expenses? Here you go, auditor, March 15th, here's their report, or their approval or not, May 1, and we adopt whatever you guys basically tell us by June 1.
So for us, there's really two budget processes. There's a certified budget process, which is a not to exceed. So I don't know when I do that where all the different costs are going to be in the different areas. We're currently working on what we call the detailed budget. There's a lot of stress in that part because that's where we're trying to figure out, okay, now we know what we're going to have for insurance increases. Here's what salary increases are going to be. And that's where we work on that, but we also use the certified budget process as a not to exceed. So that kind of sets our outer limits.
And Kirkwood would be the same ways. We set the outer limits and now we're in the process of figuring out, as we have new information, what does our budget look like and with the goal of bringing it closer to revenues equal and expenses.
So really this budget process that we're undertaking now is kind of the worst case. Because it's not to exceed, right? You're not going to spend more than this, or this.
Correct. And our board has a policy that our budgets have to balance. We can't budget deficit or any income.
When do you do the budget that's
For real?
right? I didn't want to say that.
Our detailed budget, we're in that process right now. We started that. All the reports have just been submitted. And so we tried to get that done at our July board meeting. So we have it ready for the start of the new fiscal year. Depending on when we will get salary negotiations, when we'll get what state aid's going to be, and if there's any other grants and type of things that are coming through.
So I have a question for Thomas. We're mandated to approve what's before us by June 1. You would have to change the statute to wait for those. Is that right?
Well, I don't think that there's an approval process for those.
No, there isn't. But I mean, that feels like it's a better product. And maybe I'm wrong in that. Maybe I'm expressing some naivete here, but.
From one of my former colleagues at the department, she would say, let's put a pin in that. I think that we can talk about that later because it would require statutory correction.
All right.
In the reports, one of the questions I had yesterday, maybe you can respond to this, is the beginning fund balance. Is that an actual number or is that a guess? Is that coming from the auditor's report?
So the beginning fund balance for West Iowa Tech would tie to our audit, yes.
Okay. So that number is auditor approved or auditor verified as far as, so that number is a key number.
Right, for fiscal year 22.
And I understand how there's a lot of unknown variables when you come to the final budget, but to have a beginning fund balance, if we know that that is an accurate number, auditor approved, verified, that goes a long way to help alleviate some of my concerns too, Brian, as far as in past years, it feels like, well, like, this is the best we have, I guess we'll, yeah, I'm not sure it's the best way, but it's what we have unless we change the law. It's not up to us to change the law. I do, Casey, thank you for reporting on it. It makes me feel a lot more comfortable today than I was yesterday afternoon.
Okay, you're welcome.
Any other comments or questions?
I'll move we approve the community college certified budgets as provided.
Motion's made. Is there a second?
Second.
Mary, second.
Yes.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Thank you, Casey.
Slides.
All right, still a little bit ahead of time. We have an overview of dyslexia supports.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi.
Good morning. Good morning. It's not afternoon yet. Everything working, I think. All right. Nice. Thank you very much for giving us time to share the dyslexia supports and provide an update of the work that the department has been doing in partnership with Minnie. My name is Barb Anderson, and I am an administrative consultant, and I'm also the department's designee for the Dyslexia Board. And so I'll let Kathy introduce herself.
Yeah, and I'm Kathy Birch, admin consultant here at the department, and I'm staff for the Dyslexia Board.
All right. So we have 4 objectives that we want to share with you today. And one is first, dyslexia. We want to share the dyslexia priorities and the efforts that we have been focusing on. The work that the department has done in partnership with the Iowa Reading Resource Center, and then provide a detailed progress on the dyslexia task force and the recommendations. And then we will close giving a summary of some updates and next steps and provide some opportunity for some question and answer. But I will begin with just talking about the alignment with the dyslexia work and how it aligns with the state board goals and priorities. The priority of eliminating the achievement and opportunity gap. And then you can all see those goals, those 4 goals, but really all learners have access to quality early childhood education. They meet or exceed the literacy and math benchmarks. And they have access to personalized, centered learning opportunities that include differentiated instruction and learning opportunities, and that all teachers have access to training in pre-service and in-service to best practices in early literacy instruction and cultural competency. So you can see there's a lot of important alignment between the board priorities and the work that we are doing to support dyslexia. So I'm going to turn it over to Kathy, who's going to talk about the dyslexia priorities and efforts.
Yeah, so we have 3 priorities that we set this year, and these priorities were really based on guidance from the Dyslexia Board, as well as the direction of the Dyslexia Task Force, which finalized their report in 2019. And these priorities are really outlined here, and I'm going to cover them in just a second, but also on our website. And this year we were able to produce a website with requirements and recommendations for response to dyslexia. That was one of our accomplishments this year. And our work really is around these priorities right now. The first priority is really about really expanding knowledge about dyslexia in our educational system.
So that means having educators be able to talk about dyslexia, families and educators really coming together and collaborating, and really dispelling some myths about what we can do and what we can't do in schools around dyslexia, really just becoming more comfortable and building our capacity as a state. The second priority is really just to support a more diagnostic assessment. What we mean by diagnostic assessment is we already have state requirements around screening for students' early literacy needs. But after screening, we really need to be supporting educators, and educators need to be supporting students in being able to provide assessments, more informal assessments that guide instruction. So what about reading is the concern? How do we know what to teach next? What are we going to do about that instruction? And this is a priority for us as a state, as well as the task force had a priority around this as well. And then the third one is really leaning into the effective practices that students who are struggling to learn to read really need. And we would argue that all students need this because we don't know who is going to struggle to learn to read, right? And we call this explicit and systematic literacy instruction. And so we have efforts really around this to lean into this, to build capacity across the state to support this work. And so we're going to hear a little bit more about what we're doing to really lean into these priorities that we've done this year and moving into the next year. So I know I've met some of you and some of you are new to this board. So I just wanted to give a little bit of a recap around the dyslexia work, how it evolved. So in the fall of 2019, the Dyslexia Task Force, which was a legislative task force to say, what do we need to do about dyslexia in this state? That task force met, and I was staff on that task force, and they developed a report that had 22 recommendations in it. Those recommendations were for the legislator, the department, districts, AEAs, and institutes of higher education. And so I'm going to be kind of referencing those recommendations throughout this talk. And that report came like November of 2019-20. And then in the spring of 1920, in addition to the pandemic, right, we had legislation passed also around dyslexia, with 8 of those recommendations passed into legislation, and of those 22 recommendations. And most of them were really around some of those high leverage items, things like making sure we have an endorsement program, and that we have an endorsement program for dyslexia, that we have educators in the state that are knowledgeable about dyslexia, kind of building that capacity, changing the definition of dyslexia, some things like that. We're going to cover that in a little bit. And then it also, the dyslexia board was one of those legislated items out of that as well. So in the fall of 2021, then the Dyslexia Board got put in place. So it's been in place now a couple years. And then the endorsement was also developed. The Iowa Reading Research Center, which is one of our department centers, the money flows through us. We have a contract with the Iowa Reading Research Center, and we collaborate with them on a scope of work. They were essential in the development of the endorsement, and the first endorsement program in the state, and they approve endorsement programs in the state for dyslexia as well, which is unique. Not often do we have that sort of situation. And so they created the endorsement program that year, and which now has their first set of 20 endorsees within that program. So we also attempted to fill our own dyslexia consultant position over the past few years, and we were not able to fill that until this year. And we now have that position filled, and we're thrilled to be able to have that capacity to do more work in this area. So I kind of gave you a little.
We have a question.
Already? I jumped ahead a little bit. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no.
And if I missed this, I apologize.
No.
In SF 2356, you said it legislated 8 of the 22.
Yes.
What happened to the other 14?
We're going to talk about those. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, most of them were listed as recommendations. So they're kind of like the work, right? Like professional learning, training, and those sorts of things. We're going to talk about those. So
So this fall, we had our first Dyslexia Awareness Month, right? So that one of those priorities, remember, is to build capacity of our understanding around dyslexia and how we can talk about it. And so the department had their first Dyslexia Awareness Month this last October. We presented our dyslexia page. And we also put out several resources to support dyslexia across the state. We had a social media push. We had a couple different articles in the IRRC, or the Reading Center also had an article about dyslexia and a student's journey through that as well. And then the governor's office also made a proclamation about Dyslexia Awareness Month. And this was supported by the Decoding Dyslexia Iowa, who really asked the governor's office to do that, and we're supportive of that as well. This winter, then we started really engaging with our networks across the state to share that same information from the dyslexia website, right? We can't just create a website and then think that folks are going to go there and follow these things, right? So the department presented about dyslexia at the statewide curriculum network. The statewide curriculum network is really made up of all curriculum type directors across the state. So through the districts are invited to attend that. So we hit about 230 some curriculum directors or districts when we go to the state, to that curriculum network. So an AEA colleague of mine, of ours from the Dyslexia Board, and myself presented at that network, sharing what the requirements are and recommendations for dyslexia, the requirements about training around dyslexia, and really our push and our effort to lean into explicit and systematic literacy instruction to really move our literacy achievement levels that we want to see. We also, the University of Iowa also graduated their first 20 students from the endorsement program. So if you remember, I said the Iowa Reading Research Center is our center, right, for reading research. It's housed at the University of Iowa, and the Iowa Reading Research Center really runs that endorsement program for the University of Iowa. And it was really important for them to graduate their first set of students so that they could basically validate their endorsement process and allow other districts to be able to have or other universities to be able to have that same opportunity to offer endorsements. So those first set of endorsees included individuals from our area education agencies. The department supported those area education agencies in being able to provide their employees with that endorsement. And we now have all of our AEAs with at least one person with the dyslexia endorsement. And there's now a second cohort as well in place for the endorsement program.
Do we have numbers as far as number of people in that cohort? Is it similar size?
The second cohort is not as large. It is a smaller cohort. And I think, I think funding is always a question, right? And being able to fund yourself and being able to get an endorsement is something I know that the Iowa Reading Research Center talks about as a component of why somebody may or may not want to get an endorsement, right? Or a barrier in getting an endorsement. But no, it's a smaller cohort.
Is it a lot smaller?
I would have to get the exact numbers, but I think it's about half, at least half. Yeah. So the first was 20 and this one's more like 8, I think.
So we reach a point of, is that from the University of Iowa, is that program sustainable if you?
Yeah, I can't speak for the University of Iowa's program. That would be a good question for us to follow up on. I think from what I understand is that building an understanding of why this is an important set of skills is something that we are doing across the state. And it's important for districts to understand why, if you hire somebody who has the set of skills that come within a dyslexia endorsement, how that could really impact your student achievement. I think those are things that would help, will build a background for this endorsement program. But I also think funding is a component of that too.
Tell me, who besides the University of Iowa is doing this now?
There is one other university that was just approved, and that would be Grandview Grandview also has.
None of our colleges, just those two institutions?
Those two institutions have, yes, have an endorsement for dyslexia now. And really, it was just this last year that that new programs were able to come on to the endorsement. It hadn't been available yet until this last year. So it's all growing right now. Okay. And I believe there are others that are interested though. And the Iowa Reading Research Center could tell you if they have other applicants as well. So I could seek that information out.
Yeah, I'm curious about how many people can diagnose dyslexia in our reading instructors.
Yeah, so that's an interesting concept. So diagnosing dyslexia isn't typically an educational a decision-making structure. It's usually something that happens with in a clinical setting, but what we can do within schools, right, is we can identify students who have a learning disability, and learning disabilities include things like dyslexia, right? We can identify the services and supports that they need, and we're actually required to do those things, right? We're required to identify students who may have a learning disability, including dyslexia or characteristics of dyslexia. And so when we think of those persons, each APA has people who are designated to be able to do child find activities, who know those special education rules and requirements. And we would think that collaborating with their dyslexia consultants when they have those questions would be helpful.
I know we have a lot of really intelligent kids who have this disorder.
Yeah.
But my concern is that it's not diagnosed until they are in college somewhere to figure out why they're struggling with something.
Right.
Now we figure that one out. It should be diagnosed early. Right?
We should be able, yeah. And we have screening in the state that should capture most or all of our students who are struggling to learn to read. And, that screening then should result in interventions. And schools are required to do that screening, required to do interventions when students are persistently at risk. And so those are processes that are in place to assure.
As a department, are we satisfied where we are with that?
I think we have lots of room to grow, right? We have lots of room to grow. One, like I said, being able to talk about dyslexia, understanding how it fits with special education, and being able to be efficient with getting those interventions in place. In some of our schools, right, we might have 40% of children who are struggling to meet those literacy benchmarks. And what that then means, right, is that they're needing to kind of flip their thinking and providing that more explicit and systematic literacy instruction at a universal level, right, so that we can prevent more severe reading disabilities and support all students who are struggling to learn to read, including those children with dyslexia or characteristics. Yeah. Those are good questions. I appreciate them. But yeah, we have more work to do. And I think that's why we're doing this work, right? I think there's a lot we have in common with our community agencies, with Decoding Dyslexia Iowa, and what we want to accomplish. I think we'd love to accomplish at a faster pace, right? And we have to build capacity of educators to do that. And that's a path, right? But I think we have a lot of good things in place. I think if you asked our dyslexia board, they'd say, my goodness, we've come a long way in 4 years, right? And we're talking about this, we're having common conversations about it, and we still have we have ways to go. And I think we'll see that when we start seeing our literacy outcomes increase, right? Yeah. So as we mentioned this spring, we filled our dyslexia consultant position, and we also presented at a couple other places. We presented at the Iowa Association of Colleges of Teacher Education. That is a big term, right? They call themselves IACTE, and really that's a group of educators who lead teacher training and pre-training for our teachers. And it's important for us to get with them and really connect with them. As we said, this is an all-state work. This is all-state work, right? We need to be able to support educators from pre-service through in-service in their knowledge about effective literacy practices. And so we're working with them to provide some recommendations for what that instruction looks like for all educators in understanding dyslexia. And then we also presented, myself and one of our colleagues from Marshalltown presented at the State Special Education Network, which really hits then all all districts are invited to that. Their special education directors are invited to that. Again, leaning into explicit systematic literacy instruction, into what the requirements are. And then also our statewide efforts around ensuring teachers are trained and receive the overview for dyslexia as well. One of the most exciting things I think that we've done this year is we are working really tightly in collaboration with the Iowa Reading Research Center. We have a scope of work with them that we oversee, and we have 4 collaborative projects with them that are intentionally built to really support this work. We are a small shop at the department, right? We have 1 literacy consultant, but now starting June, we will have a dyslexia consultant and an elementary literacy consultant. So that team for literacy is growing. But we need the time, space, and expertise of the Iowa Reading Research Center to do this work as well. That is their focus. They are, have a clear focus, and we have a scope of work with them. And I'll be covering that next. So there are 4 projects that we're doing with the Iowa Reading Research Center. And they focus us on those 3 priorities that I mentioned. So I've listed kind of which priorities they focus us on. They're creating a parent portal for us. This is accessible content for parents, for caregivers, focused on what effective literacy instruction looks like, kind of what structured and explicit systematic literacy looks like, and kind of how you navigate the what do I do at schools kind of piece of things. And that really supports priority number 1 for us. We also have project number 2, which is our universal screener educator tools. Remember I said we have to go from screening to teaching, and in between there is some like, what do I do next kind of pieces. And so they're building some tools for us to help teachers decide what to do next. That might be additional assessments, and that might be instruction, but that would lead them towards those diagnostic pieces. That would be an important piece. Project 3 and 4 are really around building tools to support our educators in learning more about effective literacy practices. And one is an e-learning course, and the other is a full like 2-credit course, which is over 30 hours of content around science of reading. These are the second set of courses. We plan to work with area education agencies to really push these out at a wider and larger range. I also feel like this is something we could support our institutes of higher education with as well, in being able to provide these supports and really spreading and building capacity around this concepts and work. Which is really what we have to do to be able to change anything, right? It's changing teaching to changing student learning. So these are our 4 areas. Any questions so far? My time, we're doing fine. Okay, so you asked about what about those other recommendations? We're going to go through them and kind of show where we're at on those other task force recommendations and kind of how they fit into this. And they're in order from the task force report, I believe, as well. They're not as wordy. I tried to make them little brief sentences so we could so there's not so much on the page. So number 1 was about the Iowa Reading Research Center creating that dyslexia specialist in Northman. It's done, right? We have a couple programs from that now. The second one was about creating the dyslexia board. The department staffs that board, and we hold meetings regularly over the last 2 years. The third one is about educators taking the dyslexia overview, which is just an hour-long course about what is dyslexia, the characteristics of dyslexia, and it's required for a bunch of educators, and I can go through the endorsement list, but we are making progress on that. Each year, the Iowa Reading Research Center provides a report about the number of educators. And the good news also is that institutes of higher education are asking their educators to complete this before they graduate. So we're moving along with our educators doing this. And this is a requirement of districts to ensure it's in place and that their educators have it. The fourth one is around the area education agencies having dyslexia specialists. Now, this was listed in legislation as a if appropriated, right? And there is not an appropriation for this. But as I mentioned, at least all area education agencies have at least one person with an endorsement, and some are in the second cohort as well, or they have some AEAs are also have persons enrolled right now as well. And then number 5 was around the definition of dyslexia in Iowa code that was changed, and that was rules and code that we had to change as a department to get that done. Number 6 is now we're into the recommendations, some mostly recommendations. There's some legislative ones kind of dropped in here, but 6 was about the department providing guidance to schools about dyslexia. We now have our dyslexia website. We had Dyslexia Awareness Month, which I anticipate we would continue to do. We've done network presentations and presentations across the state. I also think this is an ongoing item, right? As we build resources and as we develop those resources with the Iowa Reading Research Center, more information to come, right? In regards to guidance around dyslexia. As you said, we have things to do. We have room to grow, and we would continue to add to this guidance over time. The 7 was about having a dyslexia consultant at the department. We will have that coming in June now. We have a science of reading and dyslexia consultant who's starting with us in June. Publicly accessible information for stakeholders. We have our dyslexia website, and we're working on that parent portal as well. And we anticipate this one will grow also with additional resources we'll talk about here in a little bit on kind of things we have coming yet, right? We'd like to have kind of a guidance document also to support schools and educators. 9 is about providing informal diagnostic assessment following universal screening. And that really lines up with our Iowa Reading Research Center project on building that tool to help educators decide what diagnostic assessments might be needed next. 10 is guidance around effective instruction for all students, including those with dyslexia. This is really aligned to those courses we have, the 30-hour credit course, as well as the e-learning course that we're in progress of developing, which we find is a critical piece to kind of come together on in regards to kind of what is that effective instruction look like. The other exciting one that we're working on as a department, and that is that we are leading a team to develop a science of reading position statement. And so we anticipate that we're working on that now. We anticipate we'll have that in the fall, and it'll be an opportunity to say, this is where we're at, this is where we need to go, and we need you all in it together with us, right? And this is what it is, what instruction looks like. I know the team that's working on this is excited to be working on it. When we presented at the dyslexia board this last week, they were excited to see this, and we think it's an important thing to move us forward in being able to really lean into effective literacy instruction for students, for all students, including those with dyslexia. So most of the next ones are really around professional learning, building a network of professional learning. So I would say these we're still building capacity to do. As we have our courses, we'll have more tools to be able to provide these types of things, and in collaboration with our partners. And that includes like a professional learning framework to support the work as well as schools will be able to have a better idea of what do we mean by effective literacy practices, and we can then get into identifying those schools who are really providing those effective practices, and we know they're out there and we've seen them. So I think that's work that that's still coming. And then providing ongoing guidance to school it's ongoing, right? We're always learning and developing. We should always be adding to our knowledge base. And that's a component as well. And then there's a few items in our recommendations to the AEAs. I thought I would include them so that you have some reference point for like what are AEAs to do, what are districts to do, what are IHEs to do. AEAs, those recommendations were that all AEAs train all AEA staff in that professional framework. We don't have a framework yet. As I mentioned, that's something to come. And that they have qualified persons. I think they've built capacity to have those qualified persons, as well as many of the AEAs have engaged in learning around the science of reading and effective literacy practices. They're really building their capacity too. And then it's really starting to share that knowledge, right? Share that with educators and really allow that to filter to students is those next steps. And in terms of pre-service education programs or institutes of higher education, we'd like to see them be able to really build effective literacy practices into their training and knowledge about dyslexia within their training. And so, as I mentioned, we're working with them to provide more guidance around this as a starting place. And as we mentioned, there's now 2 approved dyslexia endorsement programs. So and that kind of brings us down to school districts, right? So school districts are responsible for ensuring their educators are taking that dyslexia overview module. I've had lots of questions about that since I was at Curriculum Network and Special Education Network. We don't have a firm number on that, but we feel we're on track and we're growing those numbers, especially with the assistance of institutes of higher education as those teachers come out of teacher training and teacher prep. And we'd like eventually for districts to be able to start self-assessing their practices against this criteria around what effective literacy practices are. We think our science of reading position statement will help do that. And then also our courses will help them learn about effective literacy practices and better evaluate their own work across those practices as well. So that kind of brings us to the 22nd recommendation, right? Questions?
Do you have any idea how many hours of instruction are necessary for an endorsement?
I think it's 18. It's about a year and a half's worth of training, at least from the University of Iowa's program. It's about a year and a half's worth of training.
18 hours of classroom instruction.
18 credit hours.
Credit hours.
Yeah. No, that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Does the legislature get like an update report status of the recommendations and the progress?
The dyslexia board does an update to the legislature each fall. That is usually kind of like what has occurred around dyslexia as well as recommendations to the legislature.
I assume you've heard the Dyslexia Iowa comments to us during public. Do you believe that this is progressing according to the concerns they keep raising?
Yeah, I do think we're progressing, right? 4 years ago, I don't think, we didn't have individuals with their dyslexia endorsement. We didn't have those contacts necessarily at the AEAs that were able to provide those supports. We didn't have a website. We didn't have this guidance. We didn't have the collaborative projects with our Iowa Reading Research Center, and we weren't talking about science of reading, right? So I do think we have progressed. Do we have more room to grow? Yeah. One of the things that I think that other states have done is to create a dyslexia resource guide, which is kind of like, here's what you need to do. It's a kind of a book of things to do. I think it's work that we have on our next steps, right? We have it on our next steps. And we have to build capacity to be able to do the things in that book as well. And so I think much of the work around learning that we're doing now, as well as the project work we're creating, will become part of that resource guide. But I think that's something that Decoding Dyslexia Iowa would like to see. And I think educators would like to see it as well. And and that's why it's one of our priorities. And I think that would kind of move us forward as well.
Are there resources you guys need that you don't have to move this along?
Well, staffing was our biggest resource, I would say, right? Because I can't speak for Barb, but I know I wear many hats, right? And we all have many projects we're working on, but staffing was probably the biggest challenge for us. We also now have a network to work with. 4 years ago, we didn't have a network of dyslexia consultants across the state to really grab onto to say, hey, we have this work, can we accomplish it very quickly? We have that now. And I would maybe look to our leaders here that are here. Are there resources we might need to accomplish this work?
You alluded to it already. Our literacy consultants consisted of one person.
Yeah.
That will go to 3 soon. An elementary and secondary focus and the dyslexia person. So I think that will help tremendously.
Well, quite frankly, with the teacher shortage, the way it is now, and you have rural districts, we continue to cut the AEA funding. Those to me are very big challenges that need resources.
And schools' professional learning time becomes much more limited, right? So when they can't get subs to go to training or take an endorsement, those kind of things do kind of put a little damper in kind of trying to build capacity, right? There's only so much time in your.
I like how kindly you said puts a little damper on.
I like hanging out with.
I am concerned about the second cohort being only 8 people. What can be done about that? I was hoping you would tell me it's 25 staff or something, because is there anything that we can support that way, or is it? I can't imagine that it's just an education process to people to become interested within the profession, but maybe it is.
Right. I think one of the reasons the first cohort was bigger was it also included the group from the area education agencies who were able to engage in that endorsement as part of their work, right? It was part of their.
So it was kind of a built-in
It was built
enrollment.
into their work.
Well, what would be, to meet the need, how many school districts are there? There's
300.
almost
30, 300.
So, what do we got to do to get somebody everywhere? It's a big question, but I think it's a necessary.
It's an important question. It is a question I will share that the dyslexia board and our work groups really talk about a lot, and really are developing plans to strategize on recruitment and awareness, which is a nice segue, I think, actually into those next steps. Kathy has talked a lot about communication, and not just at the LEA level or the school district level, pre-service, just with our AEAs, really aligning the communication and the support for dyslexia and the development of expertise across the.
It occurs to me that John needs to answer that question too. Is that something that we're really asking when we're for new hires? When folks come into the district, do we care that they've had that endorsement? Do we care that they've had that training? And I know sometimes you're limited in the candidates.
Yeah, there's all kinds of demands on educators. The question, and that's a good question, asked maybe part of this process too, is how great is the need in any given district? And right now we don't know it. It seems to me like we're building capacity. And the question I have is, when are we going to see action in the classrooms as far as putting this practice or this theory, this framework, these supports in place so that we can actually work with students who have dyslexia? And I don't know sure how many students have dyslexia. I don't know. But we get the framework in place, we got the supports in place. When are we going to see the boots on the ground? And I'd like to have a follow-up report sometime down the road. So, okay, this is what we're seeing in Iowa as far as actually working with students, and these are the student needs that we're actually addressing now that we have this competencies in place.
Yeah, I'm hoping that this is communicated to parents who have the ultimate concern of their child getting a good education, and that we are reaching out to more parents, that they have somebody to talk to that understands, that cares. And if we show that kind of concern, I think, to parents, instead of just scoffing at them, then I think we have a chance to make a difference. I will say that I'm getting less emails over the past couple of years than I have previously received. And I don't know if they're just getting tired of writing to me or whether we are beginning to make a difference in terms of our responses to them. But pass that along too.
I'd also like to see for parents, families, just how they can support their children, if they do have dyslexia or if they have, I think it's important for them to know, like, how can I help? What can I do at home? If I'm reading to my child, what should I be doing? What things should I be focusing on? My son's in kindergarten, and, we get like monthly reports on kind of what they're doing, what they're working on, and the teachers like these are things that you can do at home. This is what you're focusing on. Like, these are questions you should be asking your child. These are the sight words you should be reviewing when you're reading. These are things you should be focusing on. So like, we try to do that, at night. And we try to focus on that. And I try to make sure that like, he knows his sight words and things like that, just because I'm like, well, it's like, these are things I know you're doing in school. So anything that can help a parent out, because like, I don't know,
Absolutely. Absolutely. We do have a resource section for parents that's on the dyslexia website. And I think, listening to your comments makes us want to go back and make sure that we have, that we keep an eye on that and make sure that those resources on our state website, but also being sure that we have, with the creation of the dyslexia resource guide, making sure that our districts have that information as well and can share with families.
There is a requirement through our early literacy implementation law that for our students who are at risk, that when educators collaborate with their families, that is part of that collaboration is like, what are we doing at school, but also what could you do to support this child at home too? So it is a part that is required, right? And that we made sure that was on our dyslexia site as well, so that we're just reinforcing, right? Like, here's the stuff we have to do, and how do we do that, right? I think you're exactly right. Like, turning that into action it has to happen, right? We're not going to see changes in student outcomes without that.
Is there any thought to putting, I know you have timelines for when certain processes will start. Are there any timelines on when you're expecting them to, not the ongoing ones, but the other ones to conclude or move on to something else? Would that be a good idea? Would that, for the dyslexia board to set that? I always find it's easier to work toward a deadline than to just, do that and take your time. Well, I know where that sits, is that any possibility?
There are some that are completed, but.
No, there are. There's half dozen.
And I am totally with you. A deadline really puts me a little bit more on fire to focus and to prioritize it.
Our collaborative action plans with the Iowa Reading Research Center do have really detailed timelines and project management flowcharts, right? So we do have tighter timelines in those actions. And so I would expect that those things at some time will be done, right? Like, once we have a parent portal, it's there, it's usable. And once we have that diagnostic tool, it's there and usable. And those would be things that we would push out then, right? To be able to support educators in making those decisions. So I do think there are some things that are on the done list.
If we have a follow-up report, if there's any further developments along that line, that would be good to be aired at this meeting, I think.
Sure.
Okay, absolutely.
We look around the country at states that have been most successful, both with dyslexia and early literacy efforts in general. I think what you see is a little bit to your point. It's not, well, first off, there's a fierce sense of urgency.
Yes.
Actually, moving heaven and earth to get it done. And I think there's aspects of that have started. And of course, legislative action always gets that going. I think there's more that needs to be done. But I think it's also, it becomes sort of an avalanche. It builds upon itself, these efforts, the science of reading statement, the training of people to identify dyslexia. When these endorsements come out, if they work as we all want them to, all of a sudden there's going to be greater identification, and those districts are going to make strides, and districts are going to talk to one another. If we're doing this right, if we're embracing it, and it's part of everything. So yes, we'll be able to check off, we've written this, we've developed this manual. but the effort of implementation of that will not end. I mean, it will just become ingrained. I'm also thinking colleges of education.
Yep.
Making sure their preparation around the country, colleges of education, and I haven't yet analyzed Iowa's, they get mixed results in terms of how aligned with the science of reading their preparation are in colleges of education. So, that's something that I think as we go on, there's lots of issues that are associated with that, but it will need to be a multifaceted type approach, and we'll need to have the urgency. So that's why I love hearing your questions about what can we be doing, what should we be doing, where should the focus be, what's our timeline. I mean, those are the kinds of things that I think will allow the state, our districts to make progress.
Yeah, we wanted to close with our vision. And I would add that to this vision, right, is then our student outcomes that match that vision, right? That we are seeing those increased outcomes of our students meeting our early literacy benchmarks. And that's how we'll really know, right, if we've gotten down to the student level with all the work.
Do we know where we're at now?
Yes, we do.
How many?
We have about 64% of our children meet the early literacy benchmarks across the state.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. I know, we have room to grow,
I know.
right? And that would be K3.
There's that
That's
urgency.
K3.
Right.
Mhm.
And that's that urgency.
Yes, that's K3. And we were like this before pandemic, and then we're like this now. So.
And what happens when you're not proficient in reading by the end of grade 3? Yeah, that compounds over that.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody wants
Learn to read
access
by
to
grade 3,
students.
read to learn at grade 4.
It's, yeah. Well,
Exactly,
we're
exactly.
Yeah, we're reading to learn. Yeah, that's exactly, keep that in our minds all the time.
Yeah.
It's so
Absolutely.
And, informally, there are many teachers who are engaging in learning around the science of reading and switching how they're teaching and changing student outcomes. It's anecdotal, and I'd want to see the results on every child, every district, every kind of issue. But we do have districts that are flipping that lid, right, and that are making those differences. So, and maybe that's what's highlighted, right, and to show really what it looks like to change.
As always, it's a lot easier said than done.
It is.
Yeah.
Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, we have the Honorable Sarah Russell in the house. Sarah?
While she gets herself together. I do need to plug in also, and I just need to know how do I need to get on the Zoom to?
Yep, you have to join the webinar.
Join the webinar. Okay, I was never given an official.
Can you send her?
Yeah, can you email, please? I was never given the official invite. So.
I'm Marietta Rives, and I'm the state coordinator for the Teacher of the Year program. And I've been listening up to Zoom upstairs. I came down just a little bit ago and listened to what was going on with the dyslexia stuff. And most of what you guys do here every day is a pretty heavy lift. Most of what all of us do here every day is a pretty heavy lift. And this is like the pre-party thing that you can right to go to lunch. And it also makes me think about how important this program is. It was instituted in 1958 by the Iowa legislature. We actually get funding from the Iowa legislature to have this program, and it asks for an ambassador to education. So it's not the best one, it's not the tallest teacher, it's not the one that runs the fastest. It's somebody that can go out and advocate for teachers and for education. We are closely associated to the CCSSO as the Council of Chief State School Officers has a national Teacher of the Year program. And so we're involved with that. And their whole mode of operation is advocate and elevate education and educators. So when you think about what we've been talking about, the lack of teachers, we don't have subs and people aren't jumping in to do this like we did back in the old days, this position becomes that much more important. And Sarah Russell the 2022 Iowa Teacher of the Year, has been a fabulous example of an ambassador. A couple of months ago, I came here and I introduced you to Crystal Colbert, who is going to be the 2023 Teacher of the Year. I fully anticipate that she's going to be every bit as good of an advocate and an ambassador for educators. And if it makes you feel good, I am now working on the 2024 Teacher of the Year program, and we've had 110 nominations for the Teacher of the Year program, which is twice as many as we had last year. I mean, we only need one, so 110 is a whole bunch. But we will wade through that and narrow it down a bit, and we'll find us an equally as talented ambassador for education as Sarah Russell has been. Are you on?
Yes, I believe so. I'm trying to share my screen to see if it'll allow me.
There you go. When I talk to these guys about this presentation, I tell them this is your swan song. And Sarah.
I actually wrote a song, so I will not be performing it. I'm a social studies teacher, but Marietta, before you leave, no, I don't think you guys understand. She has been my link to the entire department the entire year, and I could not have done this job without you.
Thank you.
So you deserve things. You were the honorable Marietta. So yeah. They gave me an honorable. I'm not sure. We'll see how they feel after. Thank you so much for having me here today. When I think about when I first addressed this board, when I was just starting my journey, one, I was just terrified and nervous to be here. And no offense to all of you, I'm just really not terrified and nervous anymore to be part of this group. Only because I think I've been able to find my comfort zone over this last year. And I still have a couple months left in my term to serve. But as this works out for me to present, just know that I'm giving you some estimates on a few things only because I still have things coming up in the upcoming weeks that I have planned to continue what I've been doing this year. But it has been my profound pleasure to serve as the Iowa Teacher of the Year for 2022. And we're going to talk today, I guess, about what my journey has been. Because as they say, and I know that's a common cliche, that it's about the journey, not the destination. But for me, this year has been a journey. I love traveling anyway, and I'm an adventurer, so that's a good thing. Well, let me advance my slides. Oh, because I have driven over 13,000 miles across the state of Iowa. So, and I've had direct contact with 7,000 people. And these are not just people I've been in the proximity with. I have spoken to in some capacity over 7,000 people, and that's to the best of my estimating. When I first started, I started working with colleges and universities and working with teacher prep programs. And for me, I realized, okay, these are going to be my people this year. And I've worked with school districts K-12 as well. But with the teacher prep programs, that was really the group that I've leaned in the most to work with. And so a lot of those miles have been driving between colleges and universities in my home and also returning to some of them. So just to go with that, my goal was, I always say informal, but I don't know why, because it was very much a formal goal. I don't set informal goals, was to visit every teacher prep program in the state. I will tell you, unfortunately, I'm going to fall like too short, but that is not by lack of my persistence in trying and emailing. And unfortunately, one of them is going under and will not be around next year. So we will not out who the other one is who did not get back to me. But no, in all seriousness, it's been my pleasure to be able to work with these teachers. As I said, these have really been my people. And I chose this quote because I think it really encapsulates what's important. It's learning is their journey. We let them navigate. We push them to explore. We watch them discover, encourage their questions, allow them to struggle, support their thinking, and we let them fly. And this is true for all students. But when we look at these future educators, when I go into whether it's a classroom of 10 future teachers or a hall of over 200 Iowa State University student teachers who are just finishing up their student teaching right now, I am encountering passionate, engaged, excited future educators. Not only can I tell that in our interactions, sometimes I get to come in and teach classes about different methodology, which is really fun, but the questions they ask, they are asking the right questions. So we talk a lot about a teacher shortage in the state and across the country, and I'm not disputing that, but I am telling you that we have an amazing next generation of teachers in this state. And every time I spent time with them, it filled my cup. It made me feel hopeful. It made my heart swell. So just to show you a few, a couple different programs I was able to take part in. The UNI has a great 2+2 program where they allow students to start online for 2 years and then come to their campus for their second 2 years. And that's reaching educators, especially in rural areas that we would have never reached, future educators. Visiting both Central College on the top and then Clark on the bottom. Again, I'm not going to show you like 30 or 50 pictures of just colleges because I could. But we've got Coe College on the upper left, Mount Mercy on the upper right. Those are those ISU teachers, student teachers I spoke to on the bottom left. So and you can see they don't all even fit in the picture. They told me they had 400 placements for this spring. And given some of those student teachers will have 2 placements, depending on what levels they're going to teach, that's over 200 students that are going to be entering the teaching force this coming school year. And then the bottom right is Grinnell, who has a very small and unique teaching program, but I was so pleased to be able to spend time with them and with their students. Now, Marietta mentioned this, but I'm also a very proud member of the national cohort of State Teachers of the Year. So there are 55 of us. And if you're thinking, I thought there were 50 states, you're right. That hasn't changed. I'm a social studies teacher. I'm happy to educate you on that. But they also have it for the territories as well as the Department of Defense. And so while it's cool to say a lot of those experiences we had together, I will tell you the biggest impact that group has given me, and I hope that I've contributed to that group, is being able to lift up and support one another. These are people who I, last saw in January in Los Angeles, but they are people who on sometimes a daily basis I am still in contact with. And yes, we check in on each other on our daily lives, but these are the people that I go to now when I have questions about education or when I'm considering an opportunity or they're considering an opportunity. They've also become a family. They're a group that we share our joys and our sorrows with one another. And so just to give you a hint of this group, we were at Space Camp. I'm not a science teacher, but it was incredible. Makes me want to be a science teacher. So we were in Huntsville. The upper right is waiting to go into the White House. And then just kind of an example of how this group shows up for one another. On the bottom right, you can see there's 4 of us. It's Cabby Hong, who's the Wisconsin Teacher of the Year. He's out of Verona, Wisconsin. National Teacher of the Year, Kurt Russell from Ohio, and me, and then Natalia Benjamin, who's the Teacher of the Year from Minnesota. That picture was taken in Verona, Wisconsin. So Kurt Russell was showing up to speak during the first week in Wisconsin, and Natalia and I were within driving distance. So what do? We show up for one another and we support each other. And so we wanted to support both Cabby and to support Kurt. Just so you know, that was out of state. That was on my own time. I did not submit those miles for reimbursement. Just want to make sure you guys know I'm keeping it on the up and up here. Nice. But then further, my homeroom is on the left there. We were put in homerooms and they were not geographically based. So I got to find out about things across the country. And then the bottom right there, football fans, is the national championship game, which was actually a horrible game this year, but an incredible experience to be honored and celebrated on such a public platform. Another thing that I've really devoted a lot of time this year is to presenting at conferences. And so I'm not going to go through every single one, but I do want to highlight one, and that is the second one. Iowa's Behavioral Equitable Social Emotional Trauma Informed Health in Schools Conference. You can understand why they go by BEST. And the reason I want to highlight that is because I was able to take 4 of my own students. So being out of the classroom, I'm not going to lie, has been difficult this year. I've been trying to visit my school if I'm in town at least once a week. I collaborate with my colleagues. I check in on my students, just see how things are going. But to be able to bring these 4 students to the BEST Summit where they were on a student panel, they led their own session. And they happen to be members of a group that I oversee in my building called A Positive Place, which is short for A Positive Place to Discuss Difficult Things. Again, brevity is important, but basically they've tried to improve the environment in our school, the climate and culture. And so they came as student representatives. And I think it was so important for them to have their voices empowered because now they were the experts. And you guys know how it is when you're trying to bring about change somewhere. Sometimes it gets a little frustrating. Why isn't it moving faster? Why are we not accomplishing more? So for these students to be the experts at a statewide convention and have adults from other school districts saying, how did you guys get this started? I'm so glad that they got to have that experience. And again, a very proud teacher moment. These are students that I already had so much respect for in my own building. They're students I've taught all of them as well. And so for them to have that experience, I think empowerment has become a word that's been very important to me this year. How are we empowering the voices of our students? How are we empowering the voices of our teachers? how are we teaching people to use their voices to bring about positive change? So that's another message, so kind of going back to those earlier future educators, that's a message that I've been trying to instill in all of them, is that they may not have the years of experience, but they are learning strategies and techniques that I didn't learn in teacher education programs, and that we need their voices in our schools today to strengthen our learning and education. Additionally, and I'm going to tell you, I'm sorry, this is an incomplete list, because when I started to think about different schools that I interacted with in not necessarily at their actual schools, here's an incomplete list of different school districts that I've had the privilege of being able to work at. In some cases, that has been through school visits, for instance, just being at Carlisle last week with Director Aldis, but also I've been able to work with new teachers and mentor teachers in a number of districts. I also got to visit a number of districts because I visited all of the schools for the other 4 finalists from my year as well. That was something that was very important to me. And so at Clinton, I was able to take part in some professional development at the middle school. So here were 3 teachers who took me in as one of their own. The smiling faces of students greeting me at Norwalk. And then the bottom right is Wendy Bryce, who teaches at the Career Academy in Sioux City. And that Career Academy is doing amazing things for not only the field of education, but also firefighting, fashion design, nursing, you name it. They have students graduating with certifications. And then I just spoke to this a moment ago, but I did make it a point to visit all of the other 4 finalists from my year, because these are all amazing teachers. I truly am just a representative of the profession for this year. And so to be able to celebrate these teachers in their buildings, get to see them in action, see them at their craft has been amazing. There's one sheet, I have not seen Dawn yet. She's on the left. She's at Benton Community. That's where I started my teaching career. Dawn and I started teaching together. So I will be visiting her next week, and I cannot wait to go back home and see her. And I say home because it was my first district I ever taught at. So just another sampling of a few things that were very unexpected that I've had the ability to do and do. Tomorrow, for instance, I will be speaking at the convocation for the University of Iowa REACH program. If you're not familiar with the REACH program, look it up, go spend a day. You will be amazed by what we're doing in the state. I got to participate in the first podcast of It's Been Said for the School Administrators of Iowa. And I've got to be a grand marshal of a parade, not once, but twice. Once was our homecoming parade, and then once was the Festival of Trees parade, which is the largest balloon parade behind the Macy's parade in the entire nation. It takes place over in the Quad Cities if you've never been, so. And I said this earlier, but elevating education, lifting educators, empowering educators has been a message I've been forwarding around the state. So the 2 things that I think speak most to this was it is the responsibility and extreme honor as the Teacher of the Year to help plan the Emerging Educators Academy. So we had our 8th Emerging Educators Academy this year. It's a 1-day professional learning that is designed for pre-service teachers, but also teachers in their first 3 years. And what's unique and important about this academy is that it is designed for teachers. The sessions are given by teachers, and many of the presenters, well, I should say all of the presenters are former Teachers of the Year or other award winners around the state. Because of our connection with CCSO, we are able most years to have the National Teacher of the Year come speak. So that was true. We were able to get Kurt here on a cold January day, but we had over 160 educators who came that day, and we continue to grow that event. And then also something that we've tried to kind of resurrect a little bit is, I know with COVID, and this is true across the state, that a lot of different in-person programs and advisory groups had kind of with COVID kind of disappeared. In fact, that was something I heard on a lot of college campuses. A lot of campuses have education clubs, and they are still trying to get going again. So it was fun to be able to kind of help usher in those clubs. But here at the state level, looking at an advisory between teachers for the Department of Ed and to Director Aldis. And so we've been able to kind of bring this group of award-winning teachers together again. And so we've had 2 meetings so far, and we're aiming for a 3rd meeting, hopefully very soon. I promise you'll get an email about that. So. And then just a few pictures from our Emerging Educators Academy. The people in blue were the presenters. That is, again, National Teacher of the Year Kurt Russell. And I love the picture in the upper left because there he is speaking to future educators, and they were just having very candid conversations. And then you can see an example of a session on the bottom left. And then something that I did not anticipate, but has been a real joy of this year, is my ability to connect with my students who are now alums, literally everywhere across the state. In some cases, I'm still in contact with them, and so they knew I was coming, but there were a number of other cases where my students just showed up. So they showed up for me yeah, I mean, they were likely locations, I guess. They were colleges and universities. But I teach a lot of students. I teach at a school of 1,600 students. So I have, I try to remember where they all end up in college, but let's be honest, I don't. And so there were some who were hearing I was coming to a college and said, tell me where you're going to be. I'm going to come find you. So for instance, the first one is the one in the middle. That's Jillian. Jillian knew I was coming to Iowa State. So she said, I know what my class schedule is. Where will you be? I'm coming to you. But then I was able to run into two students in LA at the national championship game because they were both TCU. Well, one's at TCU and one's a TCU grad. I ran into students at Drake. I ran into a number of students at ISU, actually. And some are education majors and some are not. But the ones that are education majors are, it's particularly rewarding because I know that they're going into a field I'm passionate about. I will give you just a quick story. The young man in the middle here in the black sweatshirt, I did not realize he went to Loras. He did not tell me he was stopping by, and I'm about to speak to a whole class of students, and he just pops right in, and he's like, hey, Mrs. Russell. And I have to tell you, the joy of seeing my students is, it's hard to explain because I have missed my own students this year. And then students, like I said, just popping up everywhere, and sometimes not as students. The bottom right is Kayla Ruff. She is a coach at Morningside University. And so seeing them in professional capacities as well. I don't often get to see my students at the next stage of their education. So when I run into a student, they say, hey, can you meet me at the engineering building? Because I'd love to show you what I'm doing in my engineering program. You say yes every single time. So I do want to share a quote with you that I've shared very just across the state. So I would say the 7,000 people have seen this quote. And this quote was from the late John Lewis. And he originally gave this quote about social activism and involvement. But I really think it's important for us to think about how this quote also resonates with education. So he says that firecrackers go off in a flash and then leave nothing but ashes. I prefer a pilot light, which I'm going to be honest with younger audiences, we have to do a vocab check. They don't know what a pilot light is. I'm sorry, I just assumed this room knew what a pilot light was. If not, ask a neighbor. But as he says, the flame is nothing flashy, but once it's lit, it doesn't go out, it burns steadily, and it burns forever. And I think that when we think of the power of a teacher in a student's life, and education in general as an institution, like as teachers, there are times where we are firecrackers, right? Everything's going great. Your lesson's going as planned. Every student's having an aha moment. You can visually see that, right? There isn't an actual light bulb, but you see it on their face where kids are like, oh, okay. So we do have those moments. We are firecrackers. But there are days too where we are that constant presence in students' lives. And I think that's true for teaching. And I also think that that's true for education as an institution. We are that pilot light of society, and we can't let people forget that. Okay, we can't let people forget how important education is. And finally, what started as a joke became just, I'm a social studies teacher, but I like to be creative. I think you guys have a copy of this, I think on the back of the report maybe. But I did rewrite the entire song of I've Been Everywhere, made famous by Johnny Cash. So Johnny Cash likes to say, hello, I'm Johnny Cash. Well, hello, I'm not Johnny Cash. So I will not be singing this to you. And but if you're interested in taking a gander, I rewrote it, included everywhere I've been in the entire state. And, I will tell you that all the places don't rhyme as well as Mr. Cash did. And they claim he actually did go to all the places, but he had the whole United States and I had Iowa. And not all of our states or not all of our cities rhyme. But this did start as a joke at a conference. I was saying how I'd been everywhere, and I just off the cuff went through a bunch of ones that ended in city. And then I thought to myself, I think I can actually make this work. So for my swan song, I present my swan song. So thank you very much. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
I don't see Okoboji on there.
Didn't go to Okoboji. I haven't been to literally everywhere, but I've been to enough to fill a song. So I've been to Okoboji on my own, but I've not been there in a professional capacity. I know. I met with my secondary curriculum director for something unrelated yesterday, and I was joking with him about being everywhere. He said, "Have you been to Corning?" I'm like, "Well, come on. If you're going to pick the places I haven't actually been, you're breaking my case here." But anyway, does anyone have any questions about anything?
Well, Sarah is going to be joining us for lunch.
Okay, so.
And so.
You can grill me
we can
then.
have some informal conversation along the way. And with that, we will adjourn and carry on the conversation informally with Sarah and with each other. So let's break for lunch, and how about 12:30? Does that sound about right? Reconvene at 12:30. All right. Are reconvening the meeting. The next item on the agenda are our board reports. I will start since some of you are still eating. A few things to report on is that this coming Monday, I'm presenting at the Iowa School of Business Management Academy. And that's with the SBOs, which is the school business officials at local school districts. One thing, as I go through my information preparing for this presentation, I found that a lot of the rules and regulations that we pass here kind of shows the impact as far as changes in the workforce as far as their roles and what their workload entails or may no longer entail as far as their work. So as we sit and go through the different rules and policies that we pass, let's understand that there's always a ripple effect in the field, and sometimes it's, as I said earlier, it's a lot easier said than done. Did have a chance to visit briefly with State Senator Sweeney regarding parent rights, and that's a popular thing. And I visited with her right after somebody was not pleased with the movement towards additional parental rights. So I kind of gave her a little balance of conversation. So it was a good conversation we had. And when you're in a position as in the House or in the Senate, when things are so politically charged, it's nice to have a balance of feedback from people. So we do want to make sure we thank our legislators for the work they do. And Mike was a former one, so he kind of knows that firsthand. Where sometimes you're darned if you do, and if you're darned if you don't.
Darn right.
Last thing I wanted to share with the board, if you haven't been on the NASB site or read their articles or attended some of their webinars, they had the Kansas State board goals on. Now that was just kind of interesting what they came up with for theirs, and as we're going to be looking at our strategic plan later this spring, but briefly they came up with about 4 or 5. One was providing effective educators in every school district. 2 is best positioning each student for post-secondary opportunities and success. Next one was enhancing engagement and partnership with stakeholders. And the last one was dealing with enhancing safety and security of all school districts. So that's kind of where they are at. And I haven't taken a look at neighboring states, but as we look at the spring of this year, where we'll be diving into our strategic plan with goals and stuff, be looking, see what others are doing, maybe we'll trip a trigger in our own minds as well. So that's what I have. Cindy, what do you have for the group today?
Probably now, a couple months ago, I had a conversation with the Grantwood AEA folks, John Spear and Renee Nelson, just, talking about what they do and kind of refreshing in terms of, again, folks don't really understand the role of the AEA and what they do. And I think it's pertinent now in terms of the discussion around funding and special education and some of those activities. But they were making a concerted effort to do outreach to folks in the community, business leaders, and then dually with my role on the board to help increase that knowledge and awareness. So that was helpful. And then the other was really the the Governor's STEM Advisory Council had an advisory council meeting the 20th. I did not attend, or the 20th. Is that right? 20th of April or last week or, I was not able to attend.
Recently.
Recently. I thought it was last week, but now I think the weeks have gone by. But I did connect with Dr. Jeff Weld and just talk through actually some of the discussion that Director Aldis had with the advisory board in regards to the changes going on in that transition. And he was very complimentary of Director Aldis and being very open and listening to the members of the advisory council. For those of you who don't know, I worked with Dr. Weld and Iowa State consultant back in 2010 and then 2011 when Governor Branstad signed that. They created the STEM Advisory Council. So it's very near and dear to my heart, and certainly I want to see it continue to succeed. And Dr. Weld is, he is nothing if not an innovator. He's very positive, and is really, looking forward to what this might, what their organization might bring to the Department of Ed. And, trepidation, as we were discussing, whenever there's a big change, and in this case, a fairly small staff and a very, what I would say, collaborative statewide partnership effort around the whole development of the programs and activities around the STEM Council. So it was, but I will say they're all looking forward to it, looking at what it means to help the STEM Council and efforts get a little more visibility within, I'll say, formal education and Department of Ed, as well as what they can bring to this in regards to their innovation and looking at, how you address student learning and activities. So, yeah, very positive.
Okay, Cindy. Mike?
Yeah, my efforts at representing the board have to do with reaching out to as many teachers and students as I can. Try to be in as many districts as I can, and talk to as many folks as I can. It's not so much with administrators, although I love you all. But to try to really, talk to those folks, what's on their mind, what ideas do they have about how we can change and move education forward in a better way. So I've been at least 8 or 10 different districts, I think, over the past month, probably talking to folks. And I find that very enjoyable. Also suggested that you read a book called Little Soldiers. Great book about education in China. I just think it's a good read. I'm not suggesting that we should follow China, but I'm suggesting that they're doing some things right too. Could we learn from each other? Probably we should learn from each other better than we're doing right now. We had an interim superintendent in Davenport. Most of you board members weren't a part of that process, but Brooke and I were. We took over the school system there. And it was a really heavy lift for a couple of years, and they had an interim superintendent, TJ Snickloff. And TJ was leaving one day. I said, TJ, you need to read this book. It's called Extreme Ownership. That is, these two Navy SEALs wrote this book about taking responsibility for the things that happen in your district and the things around you. And when they made a mistake, they passed on the responsibility to someone else. Somebody got killed. People were actually getting killed because of the mistakes they were making. And TJ said, Mike, I'm reading the book right now. I said, well, it's not that extreme, but it's a great book if you haven't read it. For taking responsibility where you're at right now instead of passing the buck on to somebody else. And again, these two guys have really developed an audience across the United States, and they are featured speakers all over the place. But again, just another suggestion. Yeah, you have some time.
Hi, Sophia.
What do I do now? Wow.
Introduce yourself.
I don't have a report. Yes.
Just talk to us about yourself. Just talk to us. Is that okay, John? Is that all right?
Introduce yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mary knows who I am a little bit because when we had that Zoom meeting, I was asked to introduce myself.
Hopefully I can do it a bit better now that I'm a little prepared. So I am part of the OABCIG school district, so that's Northwest Iowa. So you guys know where Sioux City is? It's like an hour from there, a couple hours from Spirit.
Yeah.
And I come from a very small school district, not as small as some of the ones I've seen, but we are a bunch of towns put together and we're still kind of smaller. I try to be very active in everything my school does, from sports to fine arts to, you know, the community itself. Like we have like Key Club and 4-H to do with agriculture and all that. Sports wise, I don't really play any school sports, but I was on a swim team for 12 years. I was part of the Greater Iowa Swim League for the Northwest, and then I was part of a USA club for about 3 years. I really appreciate the school system. I really do. You know, a good education can get someone so far in life, and being taught great work ethic and these skills that teachers provide us and the education system itself really helps prepare for an excellent career. And so I'm glad to say I'm an Iowan. I think our school system is, well, I do think we have some things to improve on, but I do think we are very fortunate and we are very lucky to have so many people care and so many people wanting to improve on it. And like just sitting here today and seeing your guys' passion is so, so important to all the students to know that we have someone on our side who is thinking of our best interest and thinking about our futures as adults and leaders in society. It really does mean a lot. And I'm so thankful to be sitting in this room with you guys.
Wow, that's very nice.
What a winner. That's the best board report we've had.
Very nice.
Thank you and welcome.
You're welcome. You want to say another?
It's like, you can go for me.
I gotta say, I assume it's.
Yes.
Thanks a lot. And I might as well say now, well, I'm a lawyer too. You know, sometimes you feel like you get a little crusty and, you know, I maybe start to sound like my dad a little bit. Everything's going to, you know, where in a handbasket. And then Sophia says that's cool. So there is a great deal of hope and a lot to be optimistic about in schools. You just can't get bogged down. You got to keep to the big picture. As far as my report, I was to attend a PEP meeting for the National Association of School Boards. I wasn't able to attend. There's one next week, and I'll report on that next time. I have been fielding. Some of you may know that, you know, I'm not as a state board member, but I'm also I'm a Catholic school board member, private interparochial system in Dubuque, and obviously get a lot of questions about things that have been pending. The ESA thing is, you know, popular in my part of the state, and but I don't see seismic shifts in enrollment. We'll see, I guess. But on other issues, I was speaking last week to a person from each side of the aisle, if you will, and I had to wonder afterward, were they in the same room? You know, there's some polarization there that, you know, that you all know about. But, you know, we just keep up, just try to do the right thing every day. And my view has been support all education. It's all good. None of it's bad. It all makes all of us better. So that's my report.
Thank you, Brian.
We're not clapping for you.
I'm just glad you didn't run me out of the room.
Well, I don't have a report per se, but I wanted to introduce myself. I've been a public school advocate all of my life. I actually was a teacher for many years in Ohio at a community college. And then I did a whole lot of other stuff, but most recently I came off the Cedar Rapids School Board of 17 years of service and 5 superintendents, and Grantwood AEA Board and the STEM Advisory Board, and kind of saw all of those pieces and how they work together or how they don't work together, quite honestly. So it's an honor and a privilege for me to be on this board. I agree with your statement that, and yours, that the passion that we see in the staff, you work tirelessly on really hard topics that are not always popular and that everybody has an opinion on, right? So thank you, and I look forward to working with all of you at the board. You're all very talented people, and very excited to work with the new Department of Ed director.
Welcome, Mary.
Thank you.
Well, I just have a couple of brief updates to share. Very excited. Last Friday, we did the official ribbon cutting on the Carlisle Outdoor Classroom and Greenhouse. So that's the last report on that you'll hear from me, other than once it's in action and great things are happening. So we will be on to the next project. So the other piece that I will share from the Community College Council is Wednesday, July 19th and 20th is the Community Colleges for Iowa Trustee Conference in Cedar Rapids. Last year, the conference was on the western half of the state. As John mentioned earlier, we got to visit Western Tech. It was the first time the Community College Council actually convened a meeting on site with the trustees, and we hosted our orientation there last year, which was a great experience for the trustees, for the council as well. We are going to do that again this year in Cedar Rapids, but we're going to do something a little bit different this year. And we are actually going to host a luncheon with the trustees, with the board of trustees, and then we're actually going to invite the community college presidents. So strengthening that relationship as well. So very excited about that. And a lot of what was on our agenda yesterday was on the board's agenda today. So not a lot to comment specifically on that meeting, but I do want to thank you, Director Aldis, for joining us last Friday at the ribbon cutting, and Sarah Russell joined us as well. So it's great.
My report's fairly brief. Last week, it was the 27th, Director, I think Thursday. We did our first inaugural charter school sustainability group with the director and board member Maisel and myself and some other stakeholders and professionals from the Department of Education. Not much substantive to report as of yet, but I'm excited to be digging into that and thank Director for getting that kickstarted and everyone else involved in that. I think it's important work that we're doing. So.
And we do thank Nathan and Mary for representing the state board on that. Yeah. Look.
Not much to report. I would just like to say that after many, many years on the State Board of Education, it's really awesome to see. I know I keep on talking about my son in kindergarten, but just like his progress. And we've been talking, and Mike knows this, about early literacy. It seems like forever. And so it's just so amazing to see his growth through kindergarten in terms of his reading, what they're working on, and everything that we've been talking about here that they are doing. It is absolutely amazing. I mean, I'm blown away all the time about what he's accomplished, what his teachers have helped him with, and just the report outs and the tools that they're giving us as parents to help our, students continue to grow and so it's been amazing. It's kind of cool. I mean, you hear about all these things, but then you actually see it in action over a course of a year, and it's just absolutely mind-boggling. And I am so amazed at his school, his teachers, and they are so supportive and amazing. And I'm just incredibly happy parent, so awesome.
Wait till the teenage years come.
I hear those are difficult.
Well, here we go. All right. Thank you for the reports. Our next item on the agenda, charter school monitoring update.
It's not the chair. I don't know. I didn't touch it. Afternoon. My name is Janet Boyd, and I am the charter school consultant and school improvement consultant at the Department of Education. And we're here to give a report on the ongoing monitoring of the charter schools. So the Charter School Sustainability Group met on Thursday, April 27th, to discuss potential corrective action items and additional technical assistance recommendations that we resolved will help to support sustainability into the second year of both the charter schools. We want to thank the board members, Member Peterson and Meisterling, for your participation in that group. The summary of the topics discussed in the Sustainability Group meeting, as well as additional information from a visit to one of the charter schools earlier this week, will be presented. We'd like to start with Choice Charter, and we'd like to start with the school improvement portion of that, or the so under 256E, the charter school, as you probably remember, there are exemptions to charter schools, but under 256E, there's certain things that they are not exempt from in state code. And one of those kind of exceptions to the exemptions is 256.11, and that's the educational standards. And those could have been waived during the application process, but Choice Charter did not waive that particular part of the code. So what we commonly refer to as offer and teach, and I know you've heard us talk about offer and teach, that's offer and teach as part of that 256.11. And so what we did is we looked at, there is a submission in January called Student Reporting in Iowa, or what we call SRI, and everybody reports in that. And what that is that's the courses and the kids enrolled. So offer, you have to offer the course, you have to teach it. That means you have to have kids enrolled in it. And so from our checking of SRI in January, we found that Choice is short 1.5 fine arts, units of fine arts, 4 units of foreign language, 1.5 units of mathematics, and 2 units in social studies. And they did also report their CTE reportings. From what I can tell in SRI, they may be okay there, but we're still looking at that. So Choice Charter uses what they call hexes. And so, most of us are accustomed to semesters. They have a hex system, which is roughly about 6 weeks. And so that helps them kind of move through curriculum. Their student base are students that are generally overaged and undercredited. So that helps those kids. And so because of that hex system, it's kind of hard to report in our structure because they could have kids taking hexes later on after that January reporting date. And they could meet some of these offer and teach requirements if they took those hexes later. So the way that we collect, that makes it hard, but we also collect in the spring. So should we look at our spring collection, and we may decide to do it that way for them next year, then we can tell a little better, what the kids are actually taking. So then I would like to say that we went through the SRI. I did a spreadsheet, this is where they meet, this is where they're short. And we met with Choice Charter at their, regular monthly meeting. It was April 26th. And we went over the findings and, they were great. We talked about it. We discussed different options. And, I have every confidence that they will be able to meet those requirements and work with us. And they're going to kind of go back and look at what they have as far as what I saw in SRI and what they could have, had this spring that may correct some of those things. The other thing I would say also is that, the offer and teach will be modified somewhat at the end of the legislative period because there is a bill that will modify that. So they do have students that take concurrent credit and whatnot. So there could be some modification there too. 25611 also talks about staff requirements. It requires a counselor, a nurse, and a librarian. And Choice has all of those except for a librarian. So one way we check that is through, we do what's called fall ed staff. And we were able to check that there. And we did not see a librarian there. And then they also verified that they didn't have a librarian. The other thing I wanted to mention to the board is that the annual charter school report, which I'm sure all of you that were on last fall remember, November, it always comes to the board in November. That report will have their comparison on their performance framework. Like by that time, they will have their assessment data and those kinds of data, and those things will be in that charter school report. So it's not just that we look at offer and teach, but there's other things that we look at also in that report, and you will see that in November and approve it before it goes to the legislature.
Janet, with the librarian vacancy or position, is it a reasonable request for them to have a librarian? They're kind of aren't they all online?
They are totally online, and I think that it would be interesting to see, because the librarian has to weed the collection, and, it's like it's on a physical library. So, that would be up to, I think, the state board, whether, that would be something that you would think about saying, well, I don't know that this really applies, so.
We require them to take the Iowa assessments, just like every other student, right?
Yes.
We require them to take those when?
And that they have to have a window just like everybody else. They also, because they're totally virtual, the Iowa assessment has to be proctored. And that means you do that in person. And we had worked with Choice. Choice was great about, knowing that had to be done.
Yeah.
Getting that proctored, you have to be approved to be proctored. You have to work with the company that administers that.
Right.
Escaped my head right now, but they've done all of those things as they should have.
Can you share how they're doing that? I mean, do they bring them together? They get a report here and we do this, or
they do it at a physical location. The other virtuals in the state have been doing this all along. One of the things that they do is they go to an AEA, and I think Choice may have used some of the AEA facilities.
Okay.
You can use a public library. You can use a community college facility. There's not a lot of free facilities anymore. Everything costs a little bit, but it's not a lot. So they actually use a public space and bring kids in to take the assessment.
Are you going to get into their financials yet, or?
Cassandra's going to go ahead.
Okay.
She's going to come.
It gets that. Okay, go. I'm sorry.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think I pretty much said on the programming part what I think I need to say.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Cassandra Klein. I'm the Bureau Chief for School Business Operations here at the Department of Education. I'll have two topics for Choice Charter today. One is around finance and operations, and the other is around special education. Choice Charter proactively had reached out to us about a month and a half or two ago and asked for feedback on the contract with their education service provider, which is Jordahl Academy, that is also a non-public accredited school in Iowa. We had reviewed the contract internally. The inspiration for the sustainability group came up, and we thought, what a great topic to bring forth some of the discussion points to that group. So we did talk about some of the discussion points that are the details of the contract. And so communication is anticipated to go out to the charter school later today or tomorrow, providing that feedback to them. We also continue to give technical assistance on the chart of accounts. We're very pleased to hear that Choice Charter School did hire one of the AEAs, the Vista software. They're going through the AEA for the software. And so we're very confident that they're going to have the correct chart of accounts set up by year-end reporting. For the second item, I have a prepared statement to read from Dr. Barb Guy. She's actually attending a conference out of town, and sorry she could not be here today. In early March, the department began a focused inquiry into Choice Charter's implementation of state and federal special education law as a result of concerns brought to the department. The intent of the focused inquiry was to learn more about Choice Charter's day-to-day operations and to identify any supports the department could provide to ensure the success of Choice Charter students and the appropriate implementation of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. A team of 6 special education staff reviewed various materials, documents, data sets, and IEPs and conducted a virtual site visit. The site visit included an overview of the Charterverse and interviews with staff, parents, and students. A draft report will be shared with Choice Charter this week. The report includes strengths, recommendations, and a few areas of non-compliance. Specific findings will be shared at a later date as the report will not be finalized until after Choice Charter has a chance to review the draft. As a general statement, however, the interviews with staff, parents, and students were overwhelmingly positive, describing an educational option that is flexible and meets the mental health needs of students, which sometimes contribute to lack of success and engagement in traditional school environments. That's all we have for Choice Charter.
Hamburg, the regular program, again, under 250-60, the charter is not exempt from certain state code. And although Hamburg, when they applied for their charter with the state board, they did ask for a waiver for foreign language and PE. So that's an option when a charter applies. And they did apply for that. That was approved. So that was a part of their contract with the state board. But again, they didn't ask for a waiver for all of Offer and Teach. So when we looked at student reporting in Iowa, we found that Hamburg was short 2 English language arts courses. They were short 1 unit of health. They were short 2 units of mathematics. They were short 2 units of science. They were short 1.5 units in social studies, and then 1.5 unit in computer science. I went down and actually met with them on May 2nd and discussed the shortages with them. I had emailed both charters kind of a spreadsheet that we worked from, and they had that ahead of time. And I sat down with Dr. Wells. The principal was not available that day, but I sat down with Dr. Wells and we talked about, he already has a plan to meet Offer and Teach. So they're well on their way to getting that corrected. I also discovered that during that conversation, I discovered that they may have 1 more unit of science that was not reflected in the SRI reporting. And we customarily would allow for that even with regular districts. If we find out later that they did, SRI didn't reflect all of their Offer and Teach, then we would allow for that. So it looks like maybe one of those units is going to be able to be taken off of there. So that was.
And is computer science going away as far as a requirement?
Financial literacy is the one that's going to be incorporated. Yeah. And you're going to be able to incorporate that in other content areas. Computer science is going to stay. Okay. I'm looking at Eric and he's, yes, okay. So the other thing I would mention when we talk about that, when I sat down with Dr. Wells, he had it all printed out. He has a master schedule ready to go. It's awesome. And there was a couple areas where what he had would be impacted by that new legislation that the governor has yet to sign. So, and I talked to him a little bit about that too. And, their students take advantage of concurrent credit just like across the state. So they will be able to use those as Offer and Teach too.
Will's a bright guy. He knew these things were not going to be available to his students. Is that fair?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay, so he agreed to this knowing that he's not going to be able to provide these things. Are we as a board then saying to him, okay, it's okay for a year till you get to that point? I'm just trying to understand why it goes on like this when in fact he needed a plan in place to provide these things. That's not fair to tell me.
I'm not here to say what's fair, what's not fair, but what I would say is that he, like many small school districts, really struggles with Offer and Teach. He has 1 high school senior. When these charters started up, I think it was anybody's, it was their best estimate that what kind of enrollment they'd have. There's lots of factors in play in that part of the state. I think you guys are probably aware. There's lots of fluctuation in enrollment. They've been hit by floods. The job market in that area can be tough at times. Hamburg itself, the town of Hamburg, I think is doing pretty well. They've bounced back from the flood, but there's mitigating factors, I would say. I think given what he knew, he thought he was going to be able to do that, and he just didn't. The enrollment didn't turn out that way. To his credit and the district's credit, I think they would like to continue to maintain the thought that they would be able to meet these, high standards of offer and teach, because that is a pretty high standard, really. And so that's moving forward. That's what they would like to do.
I have a lot of sympathy. When we lost Farragut, I mean, my gosh, it was heart-wrenching, heartbreaking. But we either ask these things and ask that they be provided, or at some point just to say, hey, this isn't working. It's not working for the kids. I mean, that's what we're concerned about here. So, and I know they want a school. They want to keep this portion. I get concerned about, this is not a small potatoes here. This is quite a bit of the curriculum that we're asking schools to teach, offer and teach, and they're not doing it.
Yeah, and I do think that the new legislation will really help them, because what we did too is they had some difficulty. SRI didn't report their SRI report. I think they needed to do a little better job of making sure that was really what they were offering. I think there's some. I think that once they can count those concurrent credits, I think they'll look a lot better than this.
I'm going to hold you to that.
Okay. I better get down there and hold it. And I will tell you that they've been very, this is the second time I've been down there this year. And this is the best part of my job, is to go on site and work with people. I love this part of the job. And they're always very accommodating, good to work with, always listen to any suggestions that we have. So, I've never had any problem with them, not being welcoming to me, not being, receptive to anything that I would say to them. The other thing, too, I want to say about Hamburg and the positions, those 3 additional positions that have to be, accounted for in 25611. They have all 3 of those positions. They actually have contracts with 2 of them. So the charter had contracts with the counselor, had a contract with the nurse. The only contract they did have a librarian, a district librarian this year. They didn't have a contract with the charter, but they did. Next year, they're going to use Hamburg's public librarian, which is going to be allowable with the new legislation. So that's already in the works. It's already good to go. So, and then again, they'll be a part of the charter report that will come to you in November. They're, the way they meet their performance criteria will be a part of that report. So, I think that might be it, unless there's any questions.
I just have one. You said a couple times under 25611 that they didn't ask for a waiver of can they literally ask for a waiver of all the performance standards?
Yeah, they could ask.
So why wouldn't they just routinely do? Would we ever approve a charter school that had none?
That's a question to look that way to get the answer.
No, I'm just trying to understand.
The application could have asked for the waiver of all 25611.
Some of the offer and teach, for instance, let's say it was a high school, but they were going to start with only freshmen. You probably wouldn't hold them accountable for offering 4 years of English, right?
Yeah.
So you might scale up those things. And you also get a lot of charter schools that will start off in the elementary grades with not much. They might tell you we're going to have a library, but we're going to have it in 3 years. Or we're building the playground that we'll use for PE. So, there could be things that you'll see, especially with startup charter schools, that will need a little bit of smoothing over at times because they don't come in with a full community of people. And as I believe Janet said, the enrollment numbers are the biggest variable. So I think that's, there's projections and then there's who actually shows up in the beginning. And so that's.
What exactly does a shortage mean then? I mean, if you budgeted, there's going to be 50 seniors, then there's a certain level of, you got to have this many of these things unless you got a waiver of these subjects or whatever. And when they don't do it, then we say, oh, you didn't do it. Is that what's we're talking about here?
We say you have.
We know there's, one of them only has one senior. I mean, how are they going to do? They're not going to have any of that for that senior, are they? I mean, they have to have.
That's one senior this year.
Right.
Is it possible to meet that if you have a senior doesn't want to take advanced math? You can't make them take it, right? So it's the teach part. You can't, I mean, you're going to teach a class to nobody.
So is this new legislation designed to address some of the pieces not fitting together?
See,
Right?
the new legislation, the 6 units of English language arts. So if a kid takes comp at Iowa Western, then that's going to be, you can count that for your offer and teach. They will not get the per pupil supplemental weighting for that course, but you still count it as this offer and teach. So, yeah, and see that they actually had kids in a couple of English classes. I mean, they take kids up to Iowa Western to take courses.
So in another month or 6 weeks, you're going to have a lot more information than you have now to be able to predict what, the future.
And I will tell you that during my conversation with Dr. Wells, they are, they can pull kids outside of their boundaries. So they could pull more kids from the area to come to the charter. So they are going to advertise. So I would anticipate that their enrollment will go up. They are, they're doing some really, I'll let Dennis is going to talk a little bit about their CTE, but really their focus is CTE, and they are doing some really great things with kids that I think they'll have kids, go right into the workplace. It'll be great too. But it's important that they, meet educational standards. They got kids that want to go to college too. So.
How are they doing financially?
So that's what's next. I really just have a couple of notes about this. We are still providing technical assistance on an almost weekly basis to the charter school as well as the district. The district itself had a late fiscal filing last year, and there's some business office practices that need to be strengthened. And so that those same challenges are being experienced by the charter school as well. It's the same business official. And so we're continuing to provide technical assistance on that. So far, the things that we have said, do this or show us this, they have either been able to do or demonstrate, or they have shown progress towards. So they're very willing to get the job done. It's just a matter of getting there. There are a couple of other things we're providing technical assistance on also. One, we're asking for updates to the contracts between the school and the district and the charter school. When they originally had identified how much of each FTE was going to be attributed to the charter school, it was very gracious in some areas on behalf of the charter school. Transportation costs that they're charging don't reflect what's actually being charged or being the cost to the district is not reflected. Some of those things, they have some leeway. We don't have a clear rule about you cannot use district funds for charter school purposes, but there are some things that we just need to be clear about how those funds are being used. And so we're asking for some clarity in some of that. Then there are other little things. When we were down, we had talked about specifically in March, I think when we gave our report about the student house that's being built. And it was very neat, full of learning opportunities, which some people who buy a home may appreciate and some people may not. It'll be reflected in the price, which is great. But one of the things, for example, we talked about was ensuring they have a severability clause in there that makes sure when they buy it, then the district is no longer responsible for that. So just working through some of those conversations with them, I think has been helpful on both ends. So I'm actually going to give up my seat to Dennis Harding.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Dennis Hardin. I'm Bureau Chief for Current Technical Education here at the department. And I had the opportunity to travel to Hamburg on Tuesday. We coincided with Janet's visit, so she joined us in the afternoon. Kel Hutchings, who is our applied science consultant, as well as Murray Finn, who's our regional planning partnership coordinator through Green Hills AEA, also attended. And we met with all the CTE teachers and Dr. Wells, like I said, on Tuesday. Our primary purpose there was just to engage with the teachers. We really wanted to hear what was going on in their programs. We weren't there to say, you're not doing this, you're not doing that, because they're all new, they're all just getting their feet wet, but we felt it was a good time for us to begin engaging with those folks about their programs, moving them towards high quality. So like I said, we spent the first hour, we just spent hearing their stories, what they were doing with the students. I was really most impressed by their willingness to engage with the students, making sure that they were meeting their career interests. For instance, in their construction trades program, obviously there's a myriad of experiences and different careers within construction trades. So they were working to make sure that kids they could find an interest. Maybe there was a kid that was interested in, all he wanted to do was do siding on homes. Or, of course, with their building trades home that they build, which was across the street. And we did see some good progress from when we were there in March when I was there. But they have to contract out the plumbing and electrical, of course, but the kids still get to see that happening and gives them a good opportunity. One of the other instructors told us that he really hammers the soft skills, the workplace skills. He said, I ingrain in that we start working at 8, so that means you have to be here before 8. You don't show up at 8:10. And all of the teachers were very understanding, do that as well, like in their welding program and such. They are also providing, especially in their welding, they are some very entry-level industry certifications that they're starting to provide. And we're really encouraging all of our CT programs to do that. The other piece is that they're really engaging with business and industry. All of these individuals are from business and industry that are teaching. And I believe all of them had the CT endorsement, except 2, and 2 are working towards that. A couple of them just joined their team in January. And so, of course, with these business and industry connections, they need those not only to give the students work-based learning experiences, but they need them for their program advisory committees that are one of our requirements that they have to have for those. Of course, we spent a little bit of time going over our self-study process that they have to engage in, which is our program improvement piece that's part of Chapter 46 requirement that they go through. The teachers do this once every 5 years. This is done through the regional planning partnerships, and they engage with teachers within the region in their like service areas. So the welding teacher will be sitting down with other welding teachers in their region, and they collaborate to work on their self-studies. And then they use that. We encourage them. It's not just you do it here and then 5 years later you do it again. It's always a program improvement piece. And so we talked to them about that. We talked to them a little bit about advisory committees. So I really feel like with the connections that we made with them, with bringing Murray in and the regional planning partnership and such, that they'll have the support, the teachers will have the support they need as well as any support that they need from us. They currently offer auto technology, welding, construction trades, culinary arts, and health sciences. Next year, they're starting computer science, information technology, so they will meet, offer, and teach next year. And then they're also considering starting an ag program. So that's my report. Like I said, it was really great. When we were there in March, we heard from the students. We didn't hear too much from the teachers. So it was really nice to engage with the teachers and hear their story and what's going on with their programs and really their willingness to help the kids and make sure that they find the right path for each and every student in their programs.
Did they stay with that program for the whole year? Did they do 2 courses simultaneously? How does that, if I'm in construction trades or in welding, how was that?
Yeah, I think they talked a little bit about that they were flexible. Say they had a kid that was in building trades, but maybe didn't find the passion, so maybe he wanted one of the welding programs. So they were flexible with the students on that. They do the CTE programs 3 full days a week, and then the other 2 days, I believe, isn't that correct? And then the other 2 days is when they do their other academics and such.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What's the total enrollment for the?
Right now, they're about 30, aren't they? 34. 34.
CTE options for a fairly small number.
Yeah, well, for instance, they only have 3 in their auto tech program this year, and their teacher's retiring. So those students will be going to Iowa Western next year for the auto technology. And it was cool. They have one female in that program that's interested in being an auto technician. So of course we focus on non-traditional careers and CTE. That's one of our federal Perkins indicators. So we're always glad to see those stories.
This is also, the CTE requirements are also part of 256 as well as Perkins.
So we really want to help them succeed. That's our role, is to make sure they succeed and their students get the service.
They were real nervous at first, and Dennis and Cal did a really nice job of talking to the teachers and putting them at ease. It was really cool to see.
So we'll wait for the next update, which will be when?
And June, will we have a June?
Fine.
Maybe June?
Okay.
You can ask me. They're getting tired of seeing me.
I really do this right. I've been trying to be partners.
So could we see that?
I'm not trying to say a gotcha, here you go. I know what you're trying to do, and I really laud you for that. I think that's really
June.
wonderful.
I guess it's
Let's
the
try to
same.
make it work, but
So June.
again, we're looking
Yeah.
long-term too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is state government alignment update.
So this is supposed to be Mark Ford, but you're going to get me instead. So my condolences in advance. So Mark Ford, our COO, as I mentioned earlier this morning, he's under the weather. He is our point person on this project as well, which is perfect for a COO. It has been one that, as you might guess, has kept us very busy as a department. Because he had the lead and he did the nice job of writing up a report, I'm going to do a little more reading than I typically do, so please forgive me, but I want to make sure I capture the essence of sort of his remarks. So as you know, legislation was passed this year that realigned a number of agencies in state government. Of course, before this alignment bill, which will be effective July 1st, there were 37 branch cabinet agencies. There will now be 16. So it's aligning things with similar business operations to sort of make a more efficient and coordinated state government. The Department of Education is aligning with the Board of Educational Examiners, Iowa College Student Aid, the STEM Advisory Council, Iowa School for the Deaf and the Blind, Iowa School for the Deaf, and the Iowa Educational Services for the Blind and Visually Impaired. Once this legislation passed, a team of leaders of key operational units within the department was assembled to begin planning and implementing the effort to merge the 5 additional agencies. As you'd expect, this takes a lot of coordination. And so weekly meetings with the merging agencies and the school leadership for the Iowa School for the Deaf have been going on. And those have been going on for at least a month, and they're still continuing. And I think they've been very beneficial. In addition to aligning business operations, we're aligning multiple organizational cultures and working teams in one agency. I think that's, at least from my perspective, seeing some of the anxiety, which you would expect. Even if it ends up being great, as you're moving and shifting, there can be a lot of, just a little bit of uncomfortableness. So the new alignment structure creates opportunities to gain efficiencies through shared services and support. The department will be adding 350 employees as a result of this. So larger than the size of the department at this point. So many of those will be remote in either Cedar Falls or Council Bluffs. And then there'll be some throughout the state as well. One of our key challenges has been planning the transition of staff from the Board of Regents schools to the State of Iowa platform because the Board of Regents, of course, has different internal structures and support structures. So whether it's IT or accounting or operations or HR, we've been trying to work through all of that, including changing benefit plans, vacation and sick leave accrual, and retirement plans. Our employee benefits, of course, differ greatly in some ways, and that's created the concern that I'd mentioned earlier. We've been working hard in cooperation with our partners at the Department of Administrative Services and the Department of Management, the governor's office and the leadership team there of both DOM and DAS, the state agencies, have been fantastic in providing a lot of support to agencies to make sure we can do this and do it well. And I think we're making progress. With that, we should also we wanted to recognize the Board of Regents and their administrators at both UNI and ISU, because they've been great partners in this effort. Their professionalism, experience, and counsel have been of great benefit to our collaborative work. We created a department alignment integration team that meets each week and more often as needed, and it's made great progress for our goals, timelines, and deadlines. Each of the key department areas, IT, HR, business accounting, comms, operations, admin, and leadership, continue to meet weekly. And they are now meeting with their counterparts in other agencies as well, trying to figure out how IT comes in or how accounting comes in when a lot of these entities have their own structures. I think that's been something that we've been working to make sure it goes as smoothly as possible. We have initiated internal alignment updates via our department's internal weekly newsletter. Now, because we're receiving more employees than they're going out, there isn't as much angst internally in the department. That being said, if you're in IT or in accounting and you're getting a lot of new people who are going to be, that you're going to be providing great services to, we're trying to make sure and communicate openly about all of these changes that are occurring. Let's see. I skipped through my notes. That's what I get when I ad lib. So let's see. So lastly, I think we've also initiated some town hall meetings within the agencies that are moving over here to provide alignment updates, plans, and to address their Q&A. They will now be receiving our newsletters as well. So the newsletters we're providing to our team, they'll be getting as well. At the end of the day, this is an extremely brief but high-level overview of our efforts. But I think in the end of the day, we're going to have the folks of Iowa being well-served, and we're going to be able to produce and deliver in a more efficient manner. And so right now, we're just, I think everybody's just trying to row together to get this done and do it well by July 1st. I think that's happy to answer questions.
Devil's in the details.
So I mean, just, as we talked at lunch a little bit, having gone through mergers and acquisition and all that. I mean, the first thing is always to say, keep your eye on the customer. Don't break anything while you're trying to do this. So, I mean, this is a lot to happen in a very, very short time frame. So how is that focus on the customer?
Yeah, no, that's a fantastic question. The good thing is all of the merging agencies have the same commitment to the people they're serving and the services they're providing as I communicated our department staff has for serving the students and teachers. So whether it's the Board of Educational Examiners or STEM or Iowa College Aid, when you go there, that's the first question they're asking. Yeah. So as long as the main point stays the main point, providing great services and great support for doing your individual mission, I think it's going to work fine. What we're going to try to do is try to make those things that go that happen behind the scenes, make them go as smoothly as possible. And Mark Ford's effort has been to try to remove those barriers and impediments that prevent that functioning. Do you have a computer system that's going to work with our computer system, right? Some of those things. But at the end of the day, I've been heartened and I'm optimistic because of the commitment each of those entities have to the people they're serving. There's lots of passion. And with that, I think we're going to get there. I'm not saying there won't be any hiccups along the way, but I think at the end of the day, it'll be good. It'll be, we'll be better off for it. And I think right now, I don't think any of those division leaders or bureau leaders, depending on what role they'll have here, are going to let anything slip. It's just too important work.
So, question that's on my mind as far as this board's work, will this realignment impact our business as far as what we do or what we don't do?
That is a great question. Some of that will be is in legislation. So some of them will be fully integrated. Some will still have boards and such that will be part of the work. I think that will be probably something that grows, or that we kind of work out as we go. I'm guessing at the very least you'll have some more reports, because there'll be people within the Department of Education that will be reporting back. So I think that's the.
I know BOE is going to keep their own board, from what I understand. So stay tuned, I guess.
And this might be a question that's a little bit further out, but what about branding and how you brand all of these organizations together?
Yeah, some of that was handled in statute when the change was made. For instance, STEM, which we've talked a little bit about today, is going to become the innovation division. So we're really excited about that. We think it's going to be a great addition to the department. Some of the other, both BOEE and Iowa College Aid, I think, in terms of who they are, they have such a brand themselves. A lot of that will continue, but they'll be within our division of higher education. So there's placement of that. I think, at least from my perspective, I try to be pragmatic in that. If we're getting great outcomes and great results and the work is going well, how can we make it so they can be even better at their job and have more supports and resources without changing that which they're doing that's really working and serving Iowans well. So I'm hoping it won't be a ton, and a lot of it, I think the structural aspects are statutorily driven. So I think we'll be okay as we get going, but I'm sure there'll be a few little things that crop up along the way.
So you can get a little update on the meeting that we just had today.
Sure.
So, as part of the whole realignment, the state enterprise, we hope to see next week some branding that every single agency is going to add to their websites that shows a new state of Iowa branding representation with the agencies. As you know, like incorporating branding and websites is not something that can happen overnight. And so you're not going to see that immediate change July 1st. But what you will see on each of the websites is some sort of graphical representation of the agencies coming over to the department and making sure to link to their current sites, as well as those agencies coming in, starting to represent themselves as being aligned with the Department of Education. For instance, some of the agencies coming in that have some publications that will go to print and will need to go to print prior to all this happening, they will have branding that aligns them with the Department of Education along with their own. We just had our first cohort 5 digital transformation website kickoff today with our incoming agencies. Every state agency is working on going into a line statewide digital platform that will bring consistency across state agencies, make it easier for constituents to find information. And our kickoff was with the Board of Educational Examiners, STEM, and Iowa College Aid. So we are going to be starting those content inventories next week. We're going to be planning about how we bring them in. And when we launch on our platform, which our set date is November, Iowa College Aid and Board of Educational Examiners will be part of the Department of Education website. STEM will occur later. The special schools, they need to remain separate websites because that's a school district that has a completely different audience. So there's going to be a lot of work that we do along the way of making that clear on websites, communications internally and externally about what that looks like and how services remain the same. It's just aligning a little bit differently, and it's going to happen over several months.
Thank you.
See, I was busy here with you and she went to a meeting that answered your questions.
Any other questions or comments on this?
Well, I would say, you mentioned town halls. I assume those are for employees because obviously you need to hear what they're concerned about. One of the other things I think that can be really helpful in terms of especially new systems that are new to certain members of the organization now is to kind of have some early training for some early folks who can kind of be embedded inside that organization and help them along. So, IT systems or other thing like that you've got a couple experts that they're familiar with and that are on site that can help kind of talk through those kinds of things or work through those things versus who am I supposed to call and when are they going to get to me? And again, those are things that are always under the, that implementation element, but I'm sure you've got all those activities planned out, but sometimes there's some things that can just help ease some of the frustration, concerns, anxiety as those happen.
It's a great suggestion. Thank you.
All right, well, I'm sure we'll hear more
You will
in the
indeed.
near future. Well, let's move on to something that's a little bit less complex, so the legislative. Eric?
Still to hear?
So yeah, the world keeps moving while you all are.
Yeah, right.
Not only is Heather solving the communications problems, shouldn't call them problems, I'm sorry, but opportunities. The legislature wrapped things up about an hour ago, so they're officially done for the year. We'll produce comprehensive summary analysis of the legislation that passed this session impacting education. That'll be out in the next couple of weeks. But just can talk through some high level things that have gone through. Some of them you're already aware of. Some legislation has made it through, passed and signed into law already this session impacting education. The first one being House File 68, which was established the Education Savings Accounts, the Student First Act, covered that pretty extensively. But just to put this in to the big picture, that was one of the things they did within the first 4 weeks of getting here, right? So that January, that was ESAs, right? And then they've accomplished a lot else this session. So, they passed an increase to support for schools this year, increasing SGA. They obviously did the government alignment work, Senate File 514, which we've updated you about. There is other legislation that's already been signed into law, Senate File 482 we discussed before, that was related to public restrooms in schools and assigning that based on gender. So these are all those are all legislation that's already been passed and signed into law that we responded to. But since then, there's also been a lot more work done. We'll be putting out some guidance more recently on some legislation that was focused more on student and teacher safety issues, one being House File 604. This really is in response to student issues with student discipline, student behavior in the classroom, and equipping teachers with more tools to respond to those instances. There's also kind of on the opposite side, or to complement that, House File 430, which dealt with investigating complaints against not just licensed practitioners, but school employees in general, responding to allegations of inappropriate behavior. It also made changes to the composition of the Board of Educational Examiners to provide a little bit more representation of public members, of parents on that board, as well as maintaining representation for licensed practitioners. So that's been passed, has yet to be signed into law, but that's passed. Senate File 391, that was the Chapter 12 bills that was alluded to in previous conversation, which was really geared at reforming Chapter 12 education programs of school districts and providing schools with additional flexibility. Senate File 496, that related to, that was a very comprehensive bill related to more transparency around curriculum, library materials, set some parameters for what age appropriate and research-based instruction needs to look like in our schools. In various stages, it added in provisions related to processes for intra-district enrollment, so transferring between attendance centers within a school district in response to allegations of bullying and harassment. And then there's also provisions in there related to parental and guardian rights for the care and upbringing of their children. So that's a very comprehensive bill. We're diving into that, more guidance on that as well. And lastly, you got to note Senate File 560 more recently is the Education Appropriations Bill. That one went through this week. from the department's perspective, we're pretty much status quo from where we were previously. But the components we always look for is what are some of the last minute policy provisions that are dropped into that bill. And so new items that we'll have to dive into. There are some proposed changes to the GAP tuition assistance program, which is run out of our Division of Community Colleges and Workforce Preparation. There's a pilot project that was funded through federal relief funds, which expanded the scope of that program, made more people eligible for tuition assistance for non-credit training opportunities. And so the changes in statute passed through the Education Appropriations Bill will align the GAP program to the pilot program because it was very successful in increasing participation in those programs and getting people through training programs in high demand fields. There's also, it calls for a task force to be established, which will focus on at-risk students and at-risk funding, at-risk programming within our school districts. And so the department will have to do that during this interim session and produce a report back to the legislature. And then overall, big picture, it reflects the new government structure that we'll be dealing with. So previously, you would have looked at that appropriations bill and there would have been a separate section for College Student Aid Commission, the department. STEM was in there, but it was folded under UNI. Parts of it were there was provisions in the economic development bill, like the STEM Best program, right? So things are a little bit scattered. Now you'll see that this bill, as well as all the other appropriations bills, reflect the new structure following the realignment. So that kind of collapses all these funding streams that are related to these programs that are now come under the department into that bill. So we'll continue to dive into there. But again, I think the big thing to look for is in the next couple of weeks, we'll be producing that comprehensive report. We started a new process this year, the legislative action alerts, which are just a short email blast to the field to notify them that when legislation is signed, if there's a bill that is affected upon an enactment or something that requires the immediate attention of schools or the education field, make sure that they get that information as quickly as possible so that they can respond to it appropriately. So might be sending out a couple of those in the coming weeks, but that's big picture. Can I address any questions?
Just your insight, is there anything that surprised you that didn't pass this year that will be probably on the docket for next year?
They did a lot this year. I don't know what they would have left off their agenda that wasn't addressed this year. So when you think about big picture, what they were able to do in a relatively short period of time is pretty remarkable. They ran the gambit between tackling pretty much all their education agenda, got property taxes in on the back end. So I don't know. I don't really have a crystal ball. I can't really address that, but there's always new topics that'll pop up, right?
So Eric, in about 2 minutes, tell me what you think the scope of your job is.
The scope of my job is to respond to whatever happens over there.
That's the scope of your job.
Yeah, more or less. And then during the interim, it's other duties as assigned.
Sure. So a resource for them to use? For legislators to use.
Yeah. So I think it's my job to make sure our agency is responsive as possible to information requests, to whatever they need over there. So during the session, really whenever issues would pop up that could be related to a bill, they might be thinking of something they want feedback on. If we have programming in place or if we have data that can help inform their decisions over there. Sometimes it's legislatures are hearing things from their constituents. And so they'll send that to us and ask us to weigh in, respond, investigate, that sort of thing. It just depends, but I just view my job as kind of being the oil in the gears to try to keep the information flowing and try to make sure our agency is responsive as transparent as possible.
2 minutes too, that's really good.
Was that?
That's hilarious. Good job.
Anything else for Eric?
I'm sure you could take a big nap now that it's over.
We'll see. Always something new.
You can't say that in front of the director.
Yeah, that's true. Well, as our director said this morning, the session might be ending, but the work is now just beginning, so.
It's a different kind of work.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Appreciate your work. Last time on the agenda is the 2024 meeting schedule. Sent out to you.
Are we doing a retreat? Okay, so that's gonna be our retreat, the 2-day. That's what I thought that was. Okay. And is that gonna be here or is that when we're traveling?
It'll be offsite. We'll be talking about it at the June meeting, planning for it.
So hopefully you've had a chance to look at these dates and look at your calendars. The dates are pretty much corresponding dates what we've had this year. Notice that there's no meeting scheduled for December, but we do have a December meeting this year.
And it's the 14th, December 14th, is that what I saw?
Yes.
There is or is not a December?
There is a December meeting.
Because of Thomas. Yeah. Because of him, right. That was if needed.
If needed.
Yeah.
If needed. So are we okay with the calendar as presented? Sure.
Yep.
Do we have to officially approve this? I wouldn't hurt. All right.
So moved.
Been moved by Brian, second by Cindy to approve. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Oh, sorry, aye.
All right, so we have adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Second. Second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Meeting is adjourned. We'll have a work session starting up in, we start at 10 minutes.